who through Jesus Christ has revealed your glory to all nations. Please protect and preserve Belize, our beloved country. God of might, wisdom, and justice, please assist our Belizean government and people with your Holy Spirit of counsel and fortitude. Let the light of your divine wisdom direct their plans and endeavors, so that with your help we may attain our just objectives. With your guidance, may all our endeavors tend to peace, social justice, liberty, national happiness, the increase of industry, sobriety, and useful knowledge. We pray, O God of mercy, for all of us, that we may be blessed in the knowledge and sanctified in the observance of your most holy law, that we may be preserved in union in the peace which the world itself cannot give. And after enjoying the blessings of this life, please admit us, dear Lord, to the eternal reward that you have prepared for those who love you. Amen.
Announcement by the Speaker.
Good morning, honorable members. As per Standing Order 84 on absences, the office received the following notice of absence for today's sitting. Member for Toledo West, member for Corozal South East, member for Belmopan, member for Orange Walk South, member for Kaya North, and member for Queen Square. Members, we meet today in the month of October, which is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. The medical oncologist at the KHMH, Dr. Ramon Yakab, reported on the news recently that the number of breast cancer cases have been increasing. He went on to state there are approximately 300 to 400 new cancer cases per year, and further that patients are coming in with advanced stages of cancer. It is a stark reminder that all of us must do our part to encourage yearly tests and examinations. As parliamentarians, we all have a unique and distinct platform to promote the awareness of cancer. Members, you in particular, have a captive audience with your constituents when you engage with them to encourage them to do their yearly checks. Early detection can increase survival rate, improve quality of life, and reduce mortality. I take this opportunity to salute the Office of the Special Envoy, Her Excellency Rosanna Briceño, for all the promotional awareness initiatives on cancer in Belize. The Belize Cancer Society and all other organizations on their programs of awareness, education, and working with Belizeans on the treatment of all types of cancer in Belize, as well as providing support to those affected. Members, before we continue, it would be remiss of me not to raise a matter impacting the staff of the National Assembly. The practice of submitting supplementary orders a day or two before House meetings creates an inordinate amount of pressure on the limited number of staff. Please let me be clear, so there is no political mischief made with my words. This is not a criticism of any one administration, because frankly, the practice has been a challenge for all administrations, successive administrations. The last parliamentary term, 2015 to 2019, had 21 sittings of the House. To date, since December 2020, this 13th session of Parliament has had 48 sittings, in addition to an increased number of sittings of the upper house. And committees of both houses have also increased significantly, yet the staff complement has not. Therefore, the strain on the staff is greater than before. If ever there was an indicator that it is now time to improve on this, it's when the staff working late to organize the orders that come through this practice gets the message from the CETO system at 9 p.m. that, quote, there are restrictions that prevents them from logging into the system at this time, end quote. Then they have to be at the National Assembly as early as 7 a.m. to continue preparing for the meeting, which are often long days for them as there are procedural matters they have to attend to after the meeting concludes. I therefore make an appeal to those responsible for setting the agenda and the dates to consider this moving forward. And on behalf of the staff, in the coming weeks, proposals will be presented based on the recently concluded consultancies to improve on the organizational structure and staff complement of the National Assembly in order to better service the bicameral system needs of the legislature, the increased amount of sittings and committee meetings, and to improve the working environment for the staff who make what we do as parliamentarians possible. This hopefully should also assist with reducing this strain and assisting with this practice on supplementary orders. I thank you for your consideration on that. And lastly, allow me to welcome representatives from former children parliaments who are present today in the limited visitors space, along with the chairperson of the National Women's Commission, Thea Garcia Ramirez. We have the chair of the NCFC, Ms. Maria Contreras, and the representative from UNICEF. I will not do injustice to your name, my apologies. And we have the executive director of NCFC serving as a chaperone for our youth parliaments. Welcome to the National Assembly. And now to the business of the day. Honorable members, with the consent of the House, I propose to vary the order of the sitting today to allow the introduction of bills at item 12 on the order paper to be taken after the Committee of Supply at item 14. This is to allow the introduction of the General Revenue Supplementary Appropriation 2024-2025 Bill 2024, which, according to Standing Order 71 of the House, cannot be introduced until the proposals have been approved by the Committee of Supply and agreed to by the House. I therefore propose that the House resolve into a Committee of Supply under item Government Business. Is it the wish of the honorable members that the order be varied as suggested? All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Papers.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development, Investment, Civil Aviation, and Immigration.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Speaker. First of all, let me acknowledge the challenges that you're facing with you and your staff. Not only have you done, I think, your staff have done an incredible work in moving from the National Assembly to this temporary space, and probably use some magic to be able to fit us as best as we possibly can. And I think we need to also recognize that the amount of work that this government has been doing has increased tremendously. As you have pointed out, that we have more than doubled the amount of House meetings that we've had in our first 4 years in government compared to the 5 years of the last UDPA administration. And with that comes extra work for your staff. We try to do our very best to be able to have everything on time as best as we possibly can. I want to assure you that there's that it's not deliberate on our part. but the amount of work that we are churning out, and it's just, as you can see, quite a lot. Last night I was getting my papers, and I was working until after 12:30, and had to wake up early this morning to try to finish my one. So I could understand what all you're going through. So maybe we also need to probably take a harder look at your resources, and what is it that we need to put in place for us to be able to keep up with the work, or the people's work. And so I want to just put on record that I do recognize your concern, and again to assure you that it is not deliberate on our part. It's just that we have so much things happening, and we need to be able to, we have to try to keep up with the work that we have ahead of us. That said, Madam Speaker, I rise to present and lay on the table sessional paper HR 26A 113, supplementary appropriation schedule for fiscal year 2024-2025, and HR 268 113, Belize Social Investment Audited Statement for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2024.
Honorable members, the sessional paper number HR 267A/1/13 is referred to the Committee of Supply for examination, consideration, and report. And sessional paper number HR 268/1/13 is ordered to lie on the table.
Presentation of reports from select committees.
I recognize the Honorable Chairperson of the Finance and Economic Development Committee.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to lay on the table sessional papers number HR 269/1/13, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Customs and Excise Duties Amendment number 2 Bill 2024. Number HR 270/1/13, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Movable Property Security Rights Bill 2024. Number HR 270A/1/13, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Finance Belize Recognition and Exemption Bill 2024. Thank you.
Honorable members, those reports are ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honorable Chairperson of the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. I rise to present and lay on the table sessional papers number HR 271/1/13, report from the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee on the Criminal Records Rehabilitation of Offenders Amendment number 2 Bill 2024, and number HR 272/1/13, report from the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee on the Misuse of Drugs Amendment Bill 2024. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, those reports are ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honorable Chairperson of the Health and Human Development Committee.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. I rise to present and lay on the table sessional paper number HR 273/1/13, report from the Health and Human Development Committee on the Global Fund Privileges and Immunities Bill 2024. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honorable Chairperson of the Ombudsman Reports Committee.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. I rise to present and lay on the table sessional paper, report from the Ombudsman Reports Committee on the 21st Annual Report of the Ombudsman of Belize for the period January 1st, 2023 to December 31st, 2023. Thank you.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honorable Chairperson of the Committee of Selection.
Good morning. Madam Speaker, I rise to present and lay on the table sessional paper number HR 275/1/13, Report from the Committee of Selection on the appointment of vacancies in the standing committees of the House of Representatives.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table.
Public Business, Government Business, Committee of Supply.
Honorable members, the House will now resolve into a committee of supply under the chair of the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development, Investment, Civil Aviation and Immigration. In accordance with Standing Order 65, the deliberations of this committee shall not take place in public. I must therefore ask visitors and the media to kindly leave at this juncture. They may, of course, return after the Committee of Supply has concluded its business.
Motions.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development, Investment, Civil Aviation and Immigration.
Madam Speaker, this is a supplementary appropriations scheduled for fiscal year 2024-2025, motion 2024. I move that the Committee of Supply has met and approved the proposal settled in sessional paper number HR 267A113, supplementary appropriations scheduled fiscal year 2024 to 2025. Now I seek the indulgence of this honorable House to agree with the proposal approved by the Committee of Supply. I will, in introduction, give more the details of this, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is, be it resolved that this Honorable House agrees with the proposal approved by the Committee of Supply for supplementary appropriations scheduled for fiscal year 2024-2025, motion 2024. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, this is a Caribbean Development Bank 9 consolidated line of credit for the DFC, the Development Finance Corporation Loan and Guarantee Motion 2024. Madam Speaker, I move where Section 15(1) of the Development Finance Corporation Act, Chapter 279, Revised Edition 2020, provides that the Development Finance Corporation, DFC, may, with the approval of the Minister of Finance and subject to the principles of sound fiscal management, borrow sums domestically or internationally for meeting any of its obligations or discharging any of its functions. And whereas Section 15(4) of the DFC Act, as amended by the DFC Corporation Act of 2022, Act number 6 of 2022, further provides that the aggregate domestic debt of or above $5 million Belize dollars shall only be validly entered into pursuant to a resolution of the National Assembly authorizing the DFC to raise the loan or to borrow the money. And whereas the Caribbean Development Bank, which is referred to as a bank, has offered a line of credit totaling $20 million to the DFC to assist in providing finance for priority sectors such as MSME credits, student loans, low-income housing, and energy efficiency and renewable energy. And whereas one of the conditions in which that loan shall be guaranteed by the government of Belize, as per Section 12(1) of the Loans, the Caribbean Development Bank Act, Chapter 74 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, which provides inter alia that the government may, in such manner and on such terms and subject to such conditions as may be agreed by it, and the bank guarantee the discharge by a company of the company's obligations under any agreement for borrowing from the bank. And whereas Section 7, subsection 6 of the Finance and Audit Reform Act, Chapter 15 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, provides that before the government offers any guarantee or some other form of security in support of any loan made directly to a private sector entity or statutory body by any public or private bank, financial institution, or capital market in or outside Belize, the government shall seek the approval of the National Assembly. And whereas the main terms and conditions of the credit, the line of credit are as follows: the loan amount, US $20 million, allocated as follows: US $18 million from the bank's ordinary capital resources, $2 million from the bank's special fund resources. Rate of interest shall be paid quarterly at the rate of 0.75 per annum on the amount of the SFR, which is the special fund resources portion, and withdrawn and outstanding from time to time, and at the rate of 5.6% per annum on the amount of the OCR portion withdrawn and outstanding from time to time. In effect, what we do, we blend the cheap money with the more expensive, to hoping to be able to reduce the total interest rates to the DFC's customers, in effect. The repayment terms is going to be 68 equal and approximately equal and consecutive quarterly installments on each due date, commencing on the first due date after the expiry of the 5 years after the guarantee date. Commitment fee of 0.25 payable annually by the DFC on any undrawn amount of the OCR portion only. Therefore, there will be no commitment fee on the special fund, the SFR, from the special fund resources. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this Honorable House being satisfied that this loan to the DFC would contribute to the social and productive sectors of Belize and impact poverty reduction by providing greater access to funding for the key targeted sectors of the economy. 1, appears that the DFC may borrow the said sum of $20 million from the DFC from the Caribbean Development Bank on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Board of Directors of the DFC to execute and deliver the loan agreement and other associated documents. 2, approves that all principal, interest, fees, premiums, and other charges under the loan shall be tax-free. The loan shall be tax, fee, duty, or charge exempt as provided for in the loan and guarantee agreements. And 3, further approves and confirms that the government may enter into a guarantee agreement with the CDB on terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said guarantee agreement and all documents associated therewith. Madam Speaker, if you would allow me, it's important for me to be able to explain a little bit more on what the DFC have been doing, and it's something that I think that we need to highlight as to what has taken place since our government has been managing the DFC. Again, this motion is to seek this honorable House to approve the government guarantee of US $20 million. This new line of credit is intended to support the DFC's ongoing lending program. And this is the breakdown that we want to do. For the productive sector, for small businesses, we want to set aside $18 million, Belize dollars. For residential mortgages, $9 million. For education, $9 million. For renewable energy and energy efficiency, $4 million. Madam Speaker, I'm sure that the Minister of Education will be the first to tell you the tremendous need there is for education assistance to our young people. We have a lot of very intelligent and very young people or students that want to do more, that want to study, and in some instances, well, it's impossible for them to meet it just from their own resources. As a government, we have been providing millions of dollars. I mean, I think the last time we've been asking for, how much have we gotten so far, Minister, in education? So we've been, I think have been giving educational assistance, as we say, to the tune of millions of dollars, and I think we are asking for even more monies to be able to try to keep up. And we try to help as best as we possibly can, but by doing this now with this loan, then we can make monies available through the DFC, which will be cheaper, and we'll be able to, the students will have a longer term period to be able to pay it back, as opposed to going strictly to a commercial bank. So we are setting aside $9 million out of this monies, of these $40 million for our young people. This line of credit for CDB really is a testament to the, what you call the transformation that has been taking place at DFC, and the recognition that the DFC is receiving from the multilateral institutions. The work of the DFC now is being recognized not only in Belize, but also internationally. And despite a challenging environment marked by high global inflation, sustaining high interest rates in international markets, and its consequential squeeze on the corporation's interest margins, over the past 4 years, DFC has achieved a marked increase in its portfolio growth and improved its portfolio quality. This has helped to offset the adverse impact of the increase in cost of funds, and has resulted in DFC recording a profit for 2 consecutive years in 2022 and 2023. All along these years, because of the lack of proper attention to the DFC have been losing money, and now we have been making sure that we can keep this as a profitable entity to be able to continue to provide support for development of this country. Because then, if they continue then with these failures, and I'll point out point out shortly, Madam Speaker, then it will be required the taxpayers to be bailing out DFC. And so, and it's something that we want to avoid. And so, I'm also happy to point out that in 2024, the way things are looking, this will be a third year of consecutive profits at the DFC. And those profits, remember, we plow it right back to be able to lend to our people. The DFC's significant development in recent years have been underpinned by a significant increase in demand for its loan products and services, with over $120 million disbursed into Belize's economy under this administration. We have loaned $120 million to the DFC over these past 4 years. The portfolio quality is at its best ever, with non-performing loan percentage being reduced, listen to this, from 26% at the end of 2020. 26% of the loans made by the DFC coming up to 2020, they were non-performing. Now, since we have taken over the DFC and making sure that we can manage it properly and work with our with their customers and with their clients, that has gone down from 26% in 2020 to 9% as of September 2024. This shows that the record portfolio growth at the DFC is being done prudently. We just not lend out money like crazy, but we sit with they sit with their clients and we work with them and assist them to ensure that they succeed, because when their client succeeds and the DFC succeeds, and Belize succeeds. So we must give credit to Mr. Anderson, who is the new CEO, and his team for doing this stellar work over these past 4 years. Under this administration, the DFC has intensified its marketing efforts and enhanced the visibility of its loan products and value proposition, leading to a heightened demand across sectors, especially within the productive sector. For example, the DFC has provided valuable and timely financial support that has helped to strengthen the following key sectors. 1, banana. Through support of the Banana Growers Association, DFC provided much needed financial support to enable successful rebound, contributing positively to foreign exchange earnings and job creation. According to the Statistical Institute of Belize, banana export rose by nearly 50%, or 18.3 million during the first 8 months of 2024. 2, cattle. DFC's financing to large and small producers has facilitated and allowed for the expansion of the cattle export to Mexico and Guatemala, which has resulted in a marked increase in price. The price of cattle has more than doubled from 2021 to now, all because DFC financing the export of cattle to Mexico while providing financing to small, medium, and large farmers to improve cattle production in a climate-smart way. I must record my appreciation to the Mexican government that has opened up the cattle market. Because of the competition, now we, our farmers, are getting a way better price. I can tell you for the record, in 2006, 2007, at that time, the cattle was being sold approximately like 60 cents Belize on the hoof, meaning live. Today, you're getting as much as $2.50 and as much as $3 on the foot because of the competition. So it is important for us to be able to keep the Mexican market open, and that way then our farmers benefit. And to make the point, Madam Speaker, there's, according to Minister of Agriculture, the Minister of Agriculture pointed out, and this is what I reported to former President Lopez Obrador in Mexico, that there's a little over 5,000 cattle ranchers. And of those, more than 80% only produce 50 heads. So in effect, these 80% of our cattle ranchers or farmers are small ones. And they now are benefiting because of the work that this government has been doing by opening up the market, making funding available. And so today, these small farmers are really making more and more money by selling cattle both to Mexico and to Guatemala. 3, shrimp. DFC's financing and support for the leading producer in the industry has proven key to the revitalization and future prospect of the industry. The EMS is no longer a problem, or the early mortality syndrome is no longer a problem with the new technology financed by the DFC, and the industry is scaling up its production. 4. Artisanal fishing. In collaboration with the World Wildlife Fund, WWF, DFC redesigned its fishing products aimed at financing fisher folks. Since the launch of this project in February of 2024, DFC has approved some $2 million in loans to over 320 fisher folks across Belize. In the past, most of these fisher folks were accessing loans from loan sharks and fast loan entities that were charging interest in excess of 25%. In 2023, DFC won its first international award from the Association of Latin America and Caribbean Development Banks, a leading, for an innovative product. And the product's name is We Empowered Business Loans, geared towards women of any age and young men. This product is empowering Belizean entrepreneurs to establish and grow their businesses. Over the past year, DFC has made great strides in improving its digital footprint, aimed at enhancing operational efficiency and client service. In 2024, the current process of implementing a new core management system built with no-code quantum computing technology, complete with artificial intelligence and machine learning, and upgrading its current accounting system should be completed. Madam Speaker, DFC is being transformed to a full-fledged development finance institution. At the same time, it is becoming a more technology-first organization. They recognize that to best support their clients, especially the productive sector, that they need to use technology to be able to help them best. It is also well on its way to achieving the Green Climate Fund accreditation for loans, grants, blended financing, equity, and guarantees. It is poised to become the leading climate finance institution in Belize. The government of Belize fully recognizes the operating and financial achievements of DFC over the past 4 years and is confident that this new line of credit for the CDB will greatly assist the DFC in fulfilling its developmental mandate and further contribute to economic growth and prosperity. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
I recognize the Leader of Opposition Member for Mesopotamia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pleasant good morning, Madam Speaker. Pleasant good morning to all of my colleagues. Welcome to our guests from the National Women's Commission and our youth parliamentarian, as well as the wonderful people in Mesopotamia and all of the 31 constituencies. Madam Speaker, hearing the Prime Minister from a PUP government talk about the DFC is like Lucifer telling us the criteria to become an angel, Madam Speaker. The DFC, I quote Evan Hyde's Amandala when they had the commission of inquiry under former Prime Minister Said Musa, and Brother Hyde's quote was the felons that stole hundreds of millions of dollars from the DFC under a PUP government, the Musa Briceño government, Madam Speaker. So while the opposition supports capitalization of the DFC, Madam Speaker, while the opposition would look forward to the capital injection in these sectors, we have great reservations when it comes to the People's United Party and the DFC. You know, could be why we don't have an Auditor General, could be why we've had an Auditor General office not functioning. I'll get to that on the next motion, Madam Speaker. But this government is not to be trusted, Madam Speaker. When you go now to the capitalization, Madam Speaker, they mentioned education. Madam Speaker, for the last 4 years, I have come into this honorable house and I have lamented as to the challenges that Belizeans are facing, in particular when it comes to education, Madam Speaker. So the Prime Minister talks about $9 million that would be made available in this loan to the DFC, Madam Speaker. However, who will qualify for the $9 million, Madam Speaker? The people that need education assistance, the students that need educational assistance, Madam Speaker. They do not have any land for collateral. Their parents cannot co-sign for the facility, Madam Speaker. And I've told the Minister of Education about this in this honorable house, politely, over and repeatedly. There needs to be adjustments. This money is being borrowed not on behalf of the Briceño enterprise, the Jaime Briceño or Haitham Diab enterprise. It's being borrowed on behalf of the Belizean people. So the Belizean people, Madam Speaker, that need the education assistance desperately do not have the access. I could tell you about a young person that was studying in UA, and she came to get educational assistance. The Ministry of Education, through the Office of Mesopotamia, assisted her, but she still needed more assistance, Madam Speaker. And I said, well, why don't you go to the DFC? She said, but I don't have any collateral, Mr. Barrow. My mom and my dad already signed for my brother, and I'm on my own. So, I urge the government to address these challenges of the Belizean people whom have to pay this loan back. Education is the single greatest asset that we have as Belizeans in this country. Once we are educated, once we are trained and equipped with a skill set, then we can do for ourselves and we can grow the economy, Madam Speaker. But when you talk about the $9 million, who is the $9 million accessible to? Yes, all of you in here, you would never know what it is to have to get a loan. You would never know what it is to be in dire straits, Madam Speaker. Most of you, if you say, Madam from Belize Rural Central, that is questionable. But, Madam Speaker, most of us in this honorable house, Madam Speaker, would not appreciate what day-to-day Belizeans are going through. So don't come into the house and borrow this $40 million on behalf of the Belizean people, yet the current structure to get these facilities is not suitable to the people that most need it. A young student from a poor household might have a single parent. Sometimes even if they have both parents that are working, they are simply not making enough to be able to repay these loans, to be able to qualify, because when you go to the DFC, it's almost like a commercial bank. Whereas if you cannot show the ability to repay the facility, they will not give it to you. So in particular with our students, I had asked this government repeatedly to look at making sure that a student debt scheme is put in place so that students would not have to pay anything until after they graduate. Saying that, oh, well, paying the interest, pay something, they have nothing to pay. And if we are genuine, if we are sincere in empowering our population, in empowering the next generation, then we will make it accessible. Right now, it is not accessible for the people that need it most. If you don't have land, if you don't have some type of collateral, and where are these poor people going to get the collateral? Where are the parents going to get the ability to demonstrate repayment? They simply don't have it. So in particular, when it comes to the $9 million for students, please, I urge you, adjust the current requisite to qualify for the DFC loans and adjust the repayment for students in particular. It should be if you can demonstrate that your parents make under a certain amount. If you can demonstrate that your parents make nothing. If you can demonstrate as a student that you are indigent, but you just want to better yourself, then the DFC should make this money available, Madam Speaker. Because if not, I, along with my colleagues in the opposition, we are fearful that all we see, monies keep being borrowed for the DFC, and we will end up, when accountability does arise, to see that it was nothing but corruption, it was nothing but the cronies that don't really need the DFC loans getting the loans, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Colette.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a former Minister of Education, I want to begin where the Leader of the Opposition left off. The loans that are made available to students really ought to be under the softest terms possible, and I get the impression that is what the DFC is aiming for. I think he makes some valid points in terms of the wider policies of the Ministry of Education and the government in terms of helping those who are indigent and who need that kind of assistance. But I'm not sure that the DFC is necessarily the place to do that kind of thing. These are monies that are borrowed and must be repaid. And there must be something in place. In fact, while you look at the history of the DFC, you will see that there were many defaults, and most of them were not for education purposes. I am sure that when students borrow money for education purposes and they come from indigent homes, a large issue would be how to repay that. And so the way I see it is that the DFC has a very important role to play to complement all the other efforts of the government to try to provide a good opportunity for students who are indigent and those who are struggling. You know, a major issue is that even people who we believe can afford to pay for education sometimes can't afford it. You may see a family with two parents who are working. You might see a family with, even if they have some kind of land or they own their own homes, they are struggling. You don't know what's happening in that family. Sometimes there might be a case of somebody very sick, having spent tens of thousands of dollars on getting somebody well again. All of these things matter. And I will say that certainly in the 13 years of the UDP administration, the administration aimed at trying to make sure that all students, but especially students studying at home, get the opportunity to get grants and so on from the Ministry of Education. And if I am to be fair today, I still see that happening under the Ministry of Education, currently under the People's United Party. But, so long story short, Madam Speaker, we support. I think the efforts of the administration are good in terms of this loan motion to borrow money from the Caribbean Development Bank for the DFC. That's the way things are set up. But where the thing has gone a little bit sour in my mind is when the Prime Minister insists on using these things that are sort of run-of-the-mill. It is, you know, the DFC borrows money from the Caribbean Development Bank to lend to people to do various things, and they can't pull what they will lend people from out of the sky. They will have to justify, and those have to be in certain categories of lending. But where the Prime Minister goes wrong is trying to give credit to the PUP administration, who everybody under the sun understands bankrupt the DFC, ran it into the ground in the early 2000s, and made a complete mess. He gives zero credit for the real administration that rescued the DFC, because if you listen to him now, you would believe that it was the People's United Party's administration that rescued the DFC. Absolutely not. It was the administration of the UDP led by Dean Barrow that rescued the DFC and put it on proper footing, gave the social partners some say in what was going to go on. But since they forget, let me remind them. You remember these names? Intelco. You remember David Novello? You remember one, James John Mohammed? You remember him? You remember Caribbean, what's the Western Caribbean Properties? You remember Arnaldo Pape Peña? These were people who you gave pretty much unsecured loans to when you were the government back in the early 2000s, the mid 2000s. Remember the DFC defaulting to Social Security in the tune of $38 million? So please, man, save us the drama. Separate all of this nonsense about the good stewardship of the People's United Party. You have absolutely no choice, because the way that the DFC has now been structured under the UDP administration, it leaves no room for the kind of hanky-panky that the PUP is known to do. And so we absolutely stand with you today with these very noble causes, reasons for the DFC to borrow from the DFC. But we remind the Belizean people, and this comes from you, sir, because if you did not touch it, we would have left it alone. But you can't give credit to yourself and your administration when you know you, especially Prime Minister, were a part of the very same administration that bankrupted the DFC, ran it in the ground. In fact, the UDP had to turn all kinds of stones. Nobody wanted to invest again in the DFC. These multilateral agencies, in fact, when you left office in 2008, basically rejoiced, getting rid of all the crookedness that happened under your administration. So please, and this is what hinders us from working together, you know. We could have come here today and had a nice meeting, and we could have supported quite easily this motion, but it is when you are trying to cast aspersions. You talk about when you took over, how many loans were not performing and all of that, as if it were the UDP who caused that to happen. Nothing to the tune of what you did, sir, and your administration did back in the early 2000s to mid 2000s for the DFC. You killed the DFC, dead. And it was the UDP administration, I remind you, that resurrected it and put in place, more importantly, the kind of measures that will now see you, sir, have to move in the right direction. And so we support the motion for this loan. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Freetown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just briefly, Madam Speaker, I rise to support this motion. I think it's a very, very good injection of capital into the Development Finance Corporation. As the Prime Minister highlighted, it's really targeted at priority sectors. And if you look at all of the sectors, it's unfortunate that they didn't highlight the other important sectors as well. Critically important, I believe, for the economic development of Belize, the national development of Belize. When you talk about credit to medium and small enterprises, vital. That is the foundation of the Belizean economy. More than, Prime Minister can correct me, but I think it's more than 80% of our businesses are classified as MSMEs, right? So that's the foundation of the Belizean economy. That's where we are That's where innovation is taking place, creativity. That's where job creation is taking place as well. So, an important, in fact, I think the Prime Minister said $18 million will be targeted in that area, I believe. Vitally important. So I certainly want to strongly endorse that and support that. So many young people, so many creative people, so many women are in that sector and will benefit significantly from these resources being made available. And the point, because we discussed this at length in Cabinet, the point that is being made about the DFC, absolutely, yes, valid, legitimate points. But the DFC is absolutely aware of these issues. And they are working, as the Prime Minister rightly pointed out, they work with their clients. They work with these targeted groups to try to address any concerns that they have, any issues. How can we, that's the entire spirit in which they operate. How can we work with you to make it easier for you to access this credit? The DFC has no interest in just having money on their books there. They want that money to be borrowed. And they're looking for ways to ensure that people who need the funds, who will use those funds effectively, get access to those funds. So the MSME is a critically important component of this. The other area, of course, is, again, low-income housing, another critically important priority for this government. You know, the Ministry of Infrastructure Development and Housing has been doing tremendous work of making available low-income housing for people. But obviously, this is not something that the ministry, the government alone can do. So we have to find additional resources and make additional resources available to people. Again, a targeted group of people. And again, there the DFC is working in creative ways to ensure that the terms and conditions of these loans make them accessible to the people who need them. So absolutely, they are aware of that. And the government policies complement the work that they are doing to make sure that the right people who need these monies are getting them. So again, very, very important, good priority. Energy efficiency and renewable energy, again, that's a priority. We're talking a lot about that. That has been a central feature of this government's work or policies over the past 4 years. Sustainable development, renewable energy. So again, we're putting our money where our mouth is. Again, it's not just about talking about these policies. It's about putting money in place so that people can access that money. We can't just tell people, oh, we want you to do this with solar energy and this and that, and we don't have resources available for them to do it. So again, there, critically important priority. And finally, Madam Speaker, the student loans. Again, there, you know, I certainly associate myself with the remarks of the former Minister of Education, the member for Collett. He knows very well that the Ministry of Education, that's work we do every single day in terms of trying to ensure that the most needy students in our communities, needy families, that they have access to resources so that they can provide an education to their children. That's work we have been doing. This government has spent unprecedented resources on education, right? And it's been over, not just our administration, under the UDP, again, they built on what we had done and increased resources and support. And we are building on what we found in 2020, expanding. And that's the way it should be when it comes to education. So unprecedented resources, Madam Speaker. We established for the first time under this government, the Rural Education Grant Fund, targeted specifically at rural families. All the representatives here who represent rural communities can tell you about the benefit that that has brought to rural communities and families and students who don't have no access. They can't go to DFC for sure. So that is the type of programs and initiatives that we have to put in place to complement what DFC is doing. DFC has a particular target, clientele, that sort of thing. And yes, we have to make the terms and conditions easier for people access. Prime Minister can tell you, my colleagues in Cabinet can tell you, we just had a discussion about that on Tuesday. But how can we make the interest rate even lower? How can we make the terms and conditions even easier so that people can access? So we are in agreement on that issue. So again, in terms of the work that we do, and the representatives, the member for Collett was fair, and if all of them are fair, they will tell you that under this administration, we have made resources available to the most needy students in each of their constituencies. We do that for all 31 constituencies. So wherever we see young people who want an opportunity to get an education, you know, and there are so many of them, we try to do everything we can to support those young people. But everybody knows that the ministry, the government can't do 100%. We can't provide 100% support for everybody who wants to study. That's just the reality of where we are. So we have to use different vehicles to provide those opportunities, and the DFC represents another one of those options so that people can access education. I borrow for DFC. I borrowed when I was going to my first degree in economics. I borrowed, I think, like $12,000 from DFC, and I had to pay it back with the help of my parents, and so we paid back. So DFC serves a very, very good and useful purpose, and I'm very, very happy that under this motion, loan motion, we're going to provide, I think, $9 million to the DFC for education. So, Madam Speaker, you know, that is where we are. In terms of the overall picture of, let me close with this by saying that, you know, the Prime Minister is absolutely right to speak with pride about the work and record of this government when it comes to DFC. And he's right to point out there's absolutely, he's not beating his chest. He's making a factual point about the fact that when we came into office, the non-performing loans at the DFC stood at about 26%. Any banker will tell you that that is bordering on the verge of a failed institution. It shouldn't be anywhere close to 30% or so. Nothing like that. So, yes, we asked the UDP administration put in place certain things that I think were very good to help to ensure the sustainability of the DFC. All of we learn from each other. We learn from each other's mistakes. That's the way it should be. And so they did some good things. Brought in social partners. All of those things are important. But that does not take away from the fact that under this administration over the past 4 years, the people who we put in place to run and administer the DFC, that non-performing percentage has gone from 26 to 9%. That is something we should all applaud and be proud of. So, so we have a proud 4-year record, Madam Speaker, and it is absolutely right for us to highlight that for the Belizean people so that they can have confidence in the Development Finance Corporation. We shouldn't run down the DFC and try to create this people's minds out there, oh, they can't go there, they shouldn't go there. Man, we should encourage our people to use these institutions that are there to benefit them. So we are proud of that, Madam Speaker, and I'm proud to support this motion.
Oh, sorry.
I recognize the member for Corzall North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be short, and I will not get into the back and forth about what transpired in the DFC in the past, Madam Speaker. My only concern is precisely what has been aired. And why do I want to bring this up, Madam Speaker? Because I represent a constituency that in its majority is rural, centralized, and one of the major needs, and I think the Prime Minister attested to the fact today that there is an increased need on what has to do with financing for education. And by the way, Prime Minister, one of the ways in which you can address these needs is bringing down the cost of living in this country. That apart, I think that when it comes to making financing available for educational purposes, there has to be a strike and a delicate balance between the criteria that DFC puts in place versus the compliance that needs to be in place to make sure that whatever monies are borrowed, that those are repaid back. And so I think that going forward and when making the kinds of criteria to make these loans available, that the government as well looks into how best we can make these loans friendly, particularly to those who are socially marginalized. I'm not saying that these people cannot pay, but there are instances where payment, for instance, to meet for one particular month might be difficult for a family. And so those are the kinds of glitches and tweaks that needs to be put in place to make sure that the financing is made available to those who need it the most. That's my contribution. I do support the motion. Thanks.
Recognize the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, I guess when somebody doesn't have anything to say, they get personal. You know, and that puts you nowhere. We're here to do the people's work. And former Minister of Education, I was in no way, as what Minister of Education or the Present Minister of Education was saying, trying to play a blind eye as to what has happened in the past. I was talking about what we meant. And if you were to ask the former CEO, Ms. Ewan, who did an excellent job in bringing back the DFC, she said her criticism was that, if you were to allow me, no, please. If you were to allow me, it says, her criticism was that in its effort to try to ensure that in the effort of the from previous government to try to ensure that, oh, we don't make a mistake, they straitjacket them. And they could not really operate properly as a financial institution. And because they could not make these loans, and it was so onerous to make loans under the DFC during that time because of the very same things that they wanted to avoid from happening, they could not really participate. So a lot of the changes that we have made, the amendments that we made from on the DFC came from her before she left, because, you know, she left because she got sick. And I recognize the work that she did. The point is that when we came in, we look at the DFC and realize that we now have to make certain adjustments, but at the same time keeping the controls to ensure that the DFC can properly support the people that need most help, which is our small farmers or MSMEs. We're doing special loans for women and for young men, something that has never happened. And you could come here and pontificate, leader of the opposition, and talk about wanting to make more money for education. Where was your mouth when the UDP government blew out $600 million of oil money and $500 million of the Petro-Caribbean money? When did I ever hear you call a press conference? Because you love press conference. When did you call the press conference when you're in position and say, I'm calling my father, the Prime Minister, to make monies available for education? You see? But see, that's the point, Honorable Leader of the Opposition. If you come and speak constructively, as the Honorable Member from Colette, then we could have a constructive discussion. And we agreed that there are many things that went wrong back then. You know my position back then. So all I am saying today is let's recognize the work that the DFC is doing right now. And you're talking about how they're supposed to lend. You know what's the interest rate for education right now? When we took over, the interest rate was between 11 and 13% for education. That's what the UDP, the DFC was charging coming to 2020, 11 to 13%. Despite the fact that interest rates have gone up since 2020 internationally, and you are internationally as leader of the opposition, so you should know that interest rates have gone up. We have reduced the interest rates to students. The average interest rate is between 7 and 9%. And in some special instances, they go down to 6.5%. So sometimes, it'd be good if you were to ask questions, and then we could answer you, and then you could analyze, and later you could come back and try, and if you believe that we did it wrong. But when you just speak just because you want to be listened, you want to hear yourself, then I know, I'm trying to be nice. But I saw my son, when he has infant hotel at Daniel, you need to be good. He say, hard to be good. Sometimes you push women. Let's be constructive. Let's be constructive. Here we are. The point is that DFC has been doing an amazing job right now. And all of us should celebrate it. Because the DFC belongs to all of us. And the point is, if you have an institution that continues to lose money year after year, not in any ways saying that they were misusing the money or whatever. I was not in any way suggesting that. But because it was so difficult to lend monies, and you have in any business, and maybe I need to quote you on this, you have certain expenses, salaries, rent, and so forth have to be paid every day. And so you need to make a certain amount of revenues to be able to pay those expenses. And because of the straitjacket that the DFC was back then, no fault of theirs, that's the hand that was given to them, they could not grow the portfolio. And that's what we have done. We come with a business sense. We understand business. We know what we have to do. And we're bringing the people that were working these same changes that we have today. We already were working with Ms. Ewing because she understood what needed to be done. The problem she had is that her government back then never understood what needed to be done to get this going. And that's the big difference. We understand development, and that is why you're seeing record growth in the economy. And unemployment and reducing the loans at the debt to GDP, look by any metrics. And you could see that this People's United Party government understand development, and development is about people. Madam Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity, and once again, I thank the members of the opposition, despite the fact that, and it's fine that they could criticize. I want to thank them for the support for this motion. Thank you.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report. Honorable Prime Minister, before we continue, may we dispense with the Standing Order 12?
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 12.8, I move that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour though opposed.
Honorable members, the question is that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting on at any hour though opposed. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development.
Madam Speaker, this is the resolution for the expansion of the protection of Belize's total ocean space and the medium biodiversity protection zone motion 2024. Madam Speaker, I wish you could find a way to make this shorter. I have 3 pages to read of this thing. But I understand there's some, maybe I think we could find a way we could try to reduce it without trying to meet our legal obligations in the National Assembly. But please bear with me. I move whereas as on November 4th, 2021,
One second, Prime Minister. My notes have that they request to take the previous motion.
oh yes, sorry, sorry, Madam Speaker. I seek the indulgence of the Honorable House to have this motion taken through all its stages this day on the Malone motion.
Honourable members, the question is that this motion be taken through all its stages this day. All those in favour, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was getting ahead of my time. I move whereas on November 4, 2021, the Government of Belize and the Nature Conservancy finalized a debt conversion transaction and signed the Belize Blue Loan Agreement, the BLA, and the Conservation Funding Agreement, the CFA, collectively known as the Belize Blue Bonds for Ocean Conservation. And whereas the BLA and the CFA are contingent on the delivery of 8 primary conservation commitments and targets, and an agreed payment schedule to be realized by the Government of Belize by the 8th anniversary of the agreements. And whereas Clause 1 of the CFA outlines Belize's obligations to complete a legally enforceable marine spatial plan, the MSP, and designate up to 30% of its ocean in biodiversity protection zones, and outlines the 7 legally binding commitments to be achieved through the delivery of the MSP. And whereas as of November 4, 2022, the Government of Belize has successfully delivered milestones 1, 2, and 3, and is expected to achieve milestone 4 by November 4th of 2024. And whereas milestone 4 of the CFA states, and I quote, no later than 3 years after signing the agreement, the National Assembly shall approve, and the government shall formally sign into law and gazette biodiversity protection zones, BPZs, covering a total of 25% of our ocean, which is the Caribbean Sea. So nobody gave X, right? And whereas as to date, Belize has legally designated 20.05% or 669,046 hectares or 6,690.46 square kilometers of its total ocean space as biodiversity ocean zones. And whereas to meet the milestone 4 target, a minimum of 165,100 hectares or 4.95% of Belize's ocean space is being proposed to be further designated as medium protection biodiversity zones. And whereas the CFA obliges Belize to protect up to 30% of the total ocean space, as 15% or half of it as high protection biodiversity zone, no take, you're not allowed to fish or anything in that area. And then the other 15%, you have medium protection biodiversity zones for general use. And whereas the proposed 4.95% expansion will be designated as a medium protection biodiversity zones, which are described in Conservation Funding Agreement as zones, quote, zones suitable for some level of extraction and seabed alteration with appropriate management and direction, depending on the objective of each designated area, end of quote. And whereas the Conservation Funding Agreement stipulates that the identification and designation of new biodiversity protection zones within Belize's ocean space is to be guided through a science-based and stakeholder-driven marine spatial planning, the MSP process, which takes into account the ecological, economic, and social considerations within Belize's blue space. And whereas, as per maps attached, these zones were identified through the ongoing National Marine Spatial Planning process and represents areas that, 1, have current and historical support from stakeholders, 2, a strong scientific basis for their biodiversity and ecosystem functionality and connectivity, and benefit to the wider Belize Barrier Reef system, 3, economic significance and importance to people and livelihoods, and 4, complement ongoing management efforts and objectives identified in existing management plans and legislation. And whereas the Delivery of Milestone 4 is co-led by the Coastal Zone Management Authority and Institute and the Belize Fisheries Department through targeted stakeholder engagement, employing a transparent, inclusive, and equitable process in accordance to global MSP best practices and Section 1416 of the Fisheries Resources Act No. 7 of 2020. And whereas the process spanned 11 months of extensive data collection, analysis, and participatory mapping, and the stakeholder consultation process, including 31 meetings with a total of 497 participants, representing 16 stakeholder groups, including academia, aquaculture and mariculture, coastal development, community-based organizations, donor organizations, fishing industry post-harvesting, fishing industry wild capture, government ministries, government and statutory bodies, international conservation organization, media and communications, MPA co-managers, national conservation organizations, social development organization, tourism and recreation, and the public. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied of the need for Belize's obligations to complete a legally enforceable Marine Spatial Plan, the MSP, and designate up to 30% of its ocean in biodiversity protection zones, approve the expansion of the protection of Belize's total ocean space and the designation of its medium biodiversity protection zones, covering a total of 25% of its ocean. This motion has a recommendation of the Cabinet. Madam Speaker, I have a number of pages explaining, but it's pretty much what I've read, and I've listened. If anybody have questions, and I could probably refer to my notes to clarify any concerns or that they may have. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Leader of Opposition, Member for Mesopotamia.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Yes, Madam Speaker. Listen, Prime Minister, what you have to understand, I am not here to be your friend, but I'm not here to be churlish, not here to quarrel with any of you, here to advocate on behalf of the Belizean people. And you are not perfect. This is not one of those regimes where there's absolute power. There is the opposition here to criticize and hold you accountable. So on that note, one of the concerns I would like to bring to you is from the fishermen. They feel that all of this conservation is hurting them. So the more and more you conserve, the less they are able to earn a living. And it is a legitimate concern that has been expressed by my colleagues, the standard bearers, from the different constituencies that have an abundance of fishermen. So it's something to look into. We support conservation, but we also support our fishermen earning a living to be able to take care of their families. So please bear that in mind. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Pickstock.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. I rise to support this motion. Son? Yeah. Morning, colleagues. Morning, everybody. Morning, Belize. Morning, good people of Pickstock again. Madam Speaker, I'll preface what I am going to say in support of this motion by stating that small countries like Belize have been given a raw deal by the developed nation, and that they can do a lot more in supporting small countries like Belize and small island developing nations who are at threat of climate change and what we're seeing all around us. So they can do a lot more. We're doing our part in this country. We're doing our part in this region. Latin America holds about 50% of the world's biodiversity, and it is important for us to continue to preserve our natural resources. Madam Speaker, the Blue Bond Initiative has helped us both from a preservation standpoint and from a financial and economic standpoint. It helped us to restructure the ugly super bond that was a shackle around our necks for many, many years. And
It is also being utilized to help preserve more of our marine spaces. Madam Speaker, the marine resources provide at least 50% or over 50% of our GDP. 80% of the people who come to Belize come for marine-based activities. And so designating more areas as protected areas and preserving the resources that are in there is crucial to the preservation for future generations. Some people know about Belize. Some people know about the Blue Hole and don't know where it is. We have the second largest barrier reef in the world, a World Heritage Site. All these things deserve to be protected even more. And so it is important that we continue to take initiatives like this one and all initiatives that fall under this agreement to ensure that we have preservation for our livelihoods and for people who want to experience Belize. So I support this motion, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I also rise to support this motion for the conservation of the 30% of Belize's ocean space. Mr. Speaker, Belize has international commitments, it is true, but we also have commitments domestically to support our people. And this expansion of 5% is in medium biodiversity protection. And which means to say, rather than protection, it's basically conservation, because it affords, through the medium biodiversity designation, for fisher folks to be able to fish in those areas and to do other types of extraction comparable to the high biodiversity protection, which is no take and has no extraction. But even when we look at it, maybe in the short term, as the leader of opposition mentioned, there might be some fear that there is no livelihood coming to those fisher folks. But when you look at it at the medium and long term, when there's no take, for example, and when in the next 5, 8, 10 years there's a vast multiplication of fish and other marine species, then these people will be able to fish, because the fish and other species will come out of that high biodiversity area, come out even into the medium and outside into the low biodiversity areas where they can be do their fishing. What we will have to do, possibly though, will be to have increased cooperation with the people who do the co-management of these areas, increased cooperation with the with our marine protected force, especially the Coast Guard, because there will be fish coming out of those areas going maybe down south, where maybe we can have incursions from neighboring states doing transboundary incursions, and that would be possibly something that we'll have to look at. But that's another area. So, Mr. Speaker, I once again support this motion for the increase of 30% protection area.
I recognize the member from Orange Walk East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to, as well, offer my strong support to the motion being laid today to expand Belize's biodiversity protection zones. Mr. Speaker, this is a very important initiative. We believe that it not only reflects a commitment by the country to preserving our nation's rich marine ecosystems, but also a strategic move towards sustainable development. And so, by designating up to 30% of our ocean space for high protection and the additional 15% for medium protection, we are safeguarding invaluable marine resources for our future generations. So I just wanted to add my voice to this motion and ask other members to support this very vital motion today. Thank you very much.
I recognize a member from Stan Creek. Yes.
Represent a lot of fishers, especially in the marine environment,
And many times they have concerns about development happening. I believe this motion will make a positive impact, and the entire country, I believe, so I support it 100%.
We have one more. I recognize the member for Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to reiterate the point, if I may, about the kind of consultation that is not happening as it relates to the designation, the further designation of these zones. Like the member from Stan Creek West, in the Albert constituency, we have fisher folk in the Conchal Bay community, and they have been completely locked out, if you will, in the communication, in the consultation processes. And so I would like to urge the minister responsible to kindly take a look at that when it relates to looking at expanding areas for conservation, because indeed the fisher folk in Albert are concerned about how this continues to impact their livelihoods. We support conservation, and we certainly support being free from the shackles of the bond that the member from Pickstock referred to. Let us not forget how we were shackled in the first place, and let us not run the risk of marginalizing our fisher folk because we are now trying to correct a wrong that was done to the Belizean people. Madam Speaker, I place on record my support for this motion, but ask to ensure that those who matter, those who make their livelihoods from these areas, the fisher folk and the tour guides and the tour operators, are taken into account. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I see that really there is support for this, but the whole issue about our fisher folks and how is it that we can protect them. Well, I just want to make a point. I will speak with the people at the Blue Bond office, member from Albert, and I'm welcoming. I'm encouraging you to speak with Ms. Wade, who have extensive experience in this. And if there's an issue, probably these fisher folks were consulted, but maybe one of them, the one that you spoke about, did not go or did not know. You know, that always happens. But it's good. It's good now. But the most important point, and I think, Minister of Sustainable Development spoke to it. When we first did a no-take zone, it was down south in the Port of Honduras area. And I remember then the area representative, late Honorable Mike Espat, vehemently opposed it. Said, no, we need to go fish, and we have all these people fishing and everything. But the truth of the matter is that if we don't have some sort of conservation, we are going to fish out everything. When you go to Barbados right now in their waters, everybody tell you hardly see any marine life. Jamaica, all of them, they've gone. We have the opportunity to be able to put in place, Madam Speaker, certain areas that we can protect. And rightly so, that once the fish and the rest of the marine life and the crab and the conchs and them, they grow and they become in bigger numbers, they go out of that zone. And so then you could be able to get more products or produce over a longer period. I was in the Global Reef area. I was with one of the tour guides, or they were driving, but I was out there with my family, and what filled me with hope is that what you were saying in the Global Reef, there's a no protection, also a no-take zone. He said, you know what? He said, we look after this, So whenever we see one boat, when other boat not supposed to go in, we call fisheries department and say, hey, there's a boat in here, you need to come and check. He said, you know why? He told me, Prime Minister, he said, because now here, because of that now, outside of this zone, he said, we catch bigger lobster, more fish, and then we could go and sell it to the resorts around here. So we need to protect it, and then when they come out of that zone, then we could get it. I see this to make the point that we also need to educate our fisher folks. And I know many of them, like I always said, the biggest challenge to the environment is poverty. Because you can't wait for a whole month or 1 week to bring bread on the table. You need to bring it every day. And so I understand these small fisher folks. And under the Blue Bond, we are making funding available for them. We are working with them in training them so that they could also do artisanal fishing. They could do the catch and reliefs, and fly fishing. The people in the fly fishing, they make a lot more money, lot more than what a fisher folk, they do. So we need to work with them. And we need to encourage them to show them why it's important what we're doing. But there has been a lot of consultations, as the office pointed out to me that they consulted with over 497 stakeholders from 16 stakeholder groups from academia, aquaculture, fisher folks, the industry, a whole gamut of people that were consulted. So that said, Madam Speaker, I want to thank everyone for their contribution, and also thank from everybody for the support of this very important work. Thank you.
Honourable members, that motion is referred to the Natural Resources and Environment Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, this is the resolution recommending the appointment of a person to act as the Auditor General, motion 2024. I move whereas Section 109(2) of the Belize Constitution provides that if after the 15th day of January of 2002, the office of the Auditor General is vacant, or if the holder of that office is for any reason unable to exercise the functions of his office or her office, the Governor General, acting on the recommendation of both houses of the National Assembly contained in resolutions passed in that behalf, may appoint a person to act as Auditor General. And whereas the office of the Auditor General has been vacant since 1st September 2024, now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House recommends that Ms. Maria Rodriguez be appointed to act as Auditor General for a period of 4 months, with effect from the first day of September 2024. Madam Speaker, this is a very straightforward resolution, and as we all are aware that the Auditor General, previous one, was already retired, and we had to bring her back in, and her time again has come to an end, and so we need to be able to appoint another one. And as the resolution states, it said the Governor General acting on recommendation from both houses. We need both houses to be able to help us for this one. I want to be clear, Madam Speaker, that the notice went out for a qualified person to fill the post of the Auditor General, and we hope that this process will be concluded by the end of the year. Again, I know a lot of people get excited about it, but we are trying to do our very best to be able to get a qualified person. Even within the office of the Auditor General, there are challenges as to who best can fit this post. So we believe that the best way to do that is to advertise it, and the people in the office, they also can also apply for that post. It's going to be an open and transparent post. We have no hidden agenda. We want to ensure that we get the right person. We have agreed, and we say it, and I'm sure the opposition will say it, that this is one area that we have to strengthen. We are working with the IMF as it is right now, Madam Speaker, to find ways of how we could strengthen the auditing, the Office of the Auditor General, and also to bring up all our accounts up to date. So it's not something that we are that we deliberately don't want to do. We are working on it. It's a long process, and I know one of the challenges that we always have is that now we're competing with the private sector. If we don't have an adequate person, and I'm saying if, at the Auditor General's office, and I've not spoken to anyone in that office, then we have to go outside of that office, even within the government service or the private sector. And then that's where it becomes a little bit more trickier, because in the private sector, you tend to, well, now, especially now with a very tight job market, we'd have to be able to maybe have to increase the salary that's being offered to them, which is ironically one of the suggestions that the NTUCB is now saying, that we may need to offer even a bigger package to get a good Auditor General. So before the leader of the opposition tries to score some political points, I want to make it very clear, there's no hidden agenda. It is only for 4 months. We're advertising the process. You all are going to be kept informed, and we do our very best to find an adequate Auditor General. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Leader of Opposition, Member for Mesopotamia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you know, the Office of the Auditor General is the supreme audit institution of Belize that plays a crucial role in the holding of the government accountable when it comes to the stewardship of our public funds. It is difficult to accept the Prime Minister's presentation that this is not deliberate, Madam Speaker. It has been 4 years. Prime Minister lamented back in 2021 when Dorothy Bradley retired, and he was forced to reappoint her in 2022. Where is the plan for succession, Madam Speaker? And you may be instinctively tempted to say, well, it's incompetence. I would not say so. I believe it is deliberate, Madam Speaker. If you have a dysfunctional Office of the Auditor General, guess what happens? There's no accountability. There's no accountability for a government that is spending billions and billions of dollars. There is no transparency. There is no good governance. And I am an outsider. I'm not a career politician. You said that, you know, where was I when Prime Minister Barrow was there? I was selling millions of records, little man. Take it easy, Chihuahua. I was selling millions of records.
No,
I
you need to withdraw that.
I retract that, Madam Speaker. I would hope that you would ask the member from Kayo South to retract some of the statements he makes about me too, Madam Speaker.
Made the statement, just withdraw it. Thank you.
I withdraw it, Madam Speaker. But I was selling millions of records in the United States, being a successful artist. Creative sector, you guys say you're big on the creative sector. I know there's a motion here dealing with the National Institute of History and Culture. So not try to belittle the creative sector. Be careful. Anyway, the point that I'm making, Madam Speaker, you know, I come from the outside, and the stigma for politicians when you're growing up and in regular society today is that they're dishonest, they're dubious, they're duplicitous. They have lyrics, they know how to talk you, sweet mouth you, but when it comes to the actions and the deliverables, we don't see it. So for the last 4 years, you have been telling us how important the Office of the Auditor General is, and you're trying to find a suitable replacement, but you have done nothing to do that. You mentioned that it is competitive if we go outside of the public sector. The PSU president and other members of the Public Service Union that I have been in touch with, they claim that that would be a colossal mistake, Madam Speaker. But when you look at the salary of the Auditor General, you talk about wanting a suitable candidate, but you're not offering suitable terms. $50,000 to go up against prime ministers and government ministers and special interests who are benefiting from the fleecing of the public coffers, not casting any aspersions to this government, but in general, Madam Speaker. This is a serious position, Madam Speaker, and as I said, we hear the same speech every time the Auditor General question comes up, but we never see any follow through and any action. One of the things that the Prime Minister needs to do is to raise the salary. I agree with members of the Public Service Union that $50,000 is a paltry sum for such an important office that is protecting the people from malfeasance, protecting the people from not having the adequate resources for the things that they need most if the government is engaged, Madam Speaker, in corruption. You know, and when you look at the replacement, I don't want to attack anybody personally, but there have been many criticisms. There have been many criticisms from people inside the office of the Auditor General as to the previous Auditor General, that she was toxic and created a hostile work environment. And this has been persistent criticism, and they say that Ms. Rodriguez, who sued you, I think she took you to court for defamation for saying that she was not independent, public service minister. But, Madam Speaker, there have been complaints.
Madam Speaker.
On a point of order.
Point of order, I mean, that is an outright dishonest statement. There was no lawsuit against the Ministry of Public Service. I mean, please, you need to retract that statement, member.
I did not say the ministry, I said you. I know she wrote you a letter or something.
Neither, Madam Speaker. There was no lawsuit or letter or anything like that.
You need to be factual. So kindly retract that statement.
Well, that is based on information from the Public Service Union, so I would have to clarify, and if it is not factual, then I could withdraw it at the next sitting.
No,
of the
but
House.
if you don't know it to be factual, you shouldn't even bring it to the
No,
House.
but
That's
I have reliable sources. I'm not going to give my sources.
Sources doesn't enter into the National Assembly. Just retract the statement.
No, Madam Speaker, I
if
think
you
you're
don't,
going too
the
far.
statement is being withdrawn. Thank you.
That is on
Continue.
you, yes. Thank you. Anyway, as I was saying, the office of the Auditor General has been deliberately left to be dysfunctional so that there is no oversight in this country with all of the monies that are being spent. And now, as we make the transition to hopefully a permanent, suitable Auditor General that will give us an audit report. We have not had an audit report since 2014, which is absolutely unacceptable. And this government talks about building and expanding on the foundations of the previous government where it was doing good and where maybe it was not performing at the highest level. They promised to do far better and to reverse the disastrous course of action. And we have not seen that. We have not seen one audit from the Office of the Auditor General since this government has taken office, Madam Speaker. And as I said, there were many other replacements as far as in the interim that could have been had. But I am telling you, the reports, again, coming out of the Public Service Union, is that the appointment that is being made now will do nothing to bring harmony or to bring some type of calm to the office, but it will continue in the direction that has been vehemently complained about. But as I said, Madam Speaker, I believe this is all deliberate. We will come to the end of this 4-month term, and it will probably be extended. It will probably result in the Honorable Prime Minister making the current appointee permanent, Madam Speaker, because they have no interest in increasing the salary. I would hope that they would prove us wrong on this side, Madam Speaker, by making the salary and the benefits of that office that come with great sacrifice and great risks, that they would show us exactly how serious they are about this very, very important office, Madam Speaker. And I do believe, Madam Speaker, that there comes a time where Plan Belize has to be demonstrated. We have not seen any of the deliverables for Plan Belize, Madam Speaker, and transparency, good governance, and accountability is what this government promised. In fact, the member from Fort George brought a motion to this House with the affirmation theme, Madam Speaker, and you would think the office of the Auditor General would be the primary focus of this government as far as strengthening this office, as far as ensuring that this office has a suitable person overseeing the office in order to ensure that the IMF compliance that the Prime Minister speaks about happens, Madam Speaker. But for the last 4 years, we have seen this office brought to a screeching halt with nothing being done to hold this government accountable. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Before I call on member for Albert, I just want to take a moment to remind members of Standing Order 38.4, which asks that we do not use offensive or insulting language, and 38.6. And when you refer to another member of the House, you refer to them by the electoral area, not by any other name, not by Miss, not by Mr., simply by the electoral area. If we practice that, we would avoid having to apologize or retract. So I ask that we adhere to that. It seems like it will be a long day, and so I do ask that we respect the standing orders. Member for Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to first acknowledge, indeed, that the position of Auditor General is one of paramount importance in terms of providing the kind of oversight that is required on the use of public funds. I also want to acknowledge, though, the work of the Joint Public Accounts Committee, Madam Speaker, who has had 14 meetings that has looked critically at the Office of the Auditor General, the Office of the Accountant General, and the work of the committee itself as it relates to its seemingly or symbiotic relationship for that oversight mechanism. I want to acknowledge, Madam Speaker, that the Minister of Finance, the member for Orange Walk Central, and our Prime Minister had agreed to meet with the Joint Public Accounts Committee and sat with us, Madam Speaker, to go over the concerns that we have had in terms of what we perceive, and I say we, members, all members of the committee, as to a failure, a systematic failure of the oversight mechanism. In my recollection, Madam Speaker, it was the first time the Minister of Finance was asked to come to the committee meeting and attended the committee meeting. And I would be remiss, member for Orange Walk Central, not to acknowledge the important function that served in terms of highlighting to government what were some concerns of the committee, including the fact that there were 49 management reports on record that has not been addressed by the Auditor General, and a number of financial reports that simply has not been filed. The Auditor General, the outgoing Auditor General, had clearly outlined for the committee what were some of the weaknesses in the system. However, seemed to have failed in her attempt to get the support from her staff in terms of addressing some of the low-lying fruits of this oversight mechanism. The need for succession planning, Madam Speaker, was a critical matter that was raised by the membership of JPAC and was discussed with the Auditor General, the outgoing Auditor General. And we feel very strongly that as we seek to fill that position, that members of JPAC who have that particular expertise should be included in that recruitment exercise. The Auditor General was tasked, Madam Speaker, with putting together a plan of action to ensure that the kind of in-house training be addressed for that type of succession planning we speak about. The Auditor General, Madam Speaker, was also tasked with following up with the Attorney General's ministry to look at the legislative framework that will allow that office more autonomy in doing its work and function. And so, Madam Speaker, I stand to say, having been intimately involved in the processes, having had an opportunity to share our concerns with the Minister of Finance, the member for Orange Walk Central, having been actively engaged with members on both sides of this House who sit on the Joint Public Accounts Committee and members of the Senate, Madam Speaker, we feel strongly that this requires great urgency in addressing not only the appointment of an Auditor General, but ensuring that the Auditor General continues to fill his or her role in terms of providing the audited reports that would come to us for greater scrutiny. I support the appointment, the temporary appointment of the current Deputy Auditor General, and I hope that it will take far less than 4 months for us to find a suitable replacement. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Cayo South.
Morning, Madam Speaker. I listened to the Leader of the Opposition, Madam Speaker, speaking of oversight. And I can't stop but remembering when his father was Prime Minister and we were issuing contracts left, right, and center, and there was no Contractor General for how many years, Prime Minister? Years, not months. And we were after him, and he totally ignored us. And it got to the point, Madam Speaker, where the Prime Minister and I had to take the then Prime Minister to court because he was issuing contracts, if I recall correctly, to the nature of $1.5 billion, and he didn't take these contracts to court as is by law to the House. The friendship with the judges got to a point where I think the judge made a verbal judgment and something happened and he flew away and he never wrote those judgments. And I think, in the verbal judgment, the leader of the opposition's father was found guilty. That's in the record, Madam Speaker. I have also been involved as the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee when we were in opposition, and there was a report that was supposed to be tabled in the House, and it was a revision we had done from the 2000, if I'm not mistaken, 2005 Auditor General's report. We had done a minority report to the House, not to the House, we had done a minority report to the Public Accounts Committee at the time, and we didn't get the support of the opposition members at the time. We recommended to the new chairman, the honorable member from Albert, that that report should have been tabled to the House by now, and I believe it hasn't. So we are still back. The JPAC, sadly, is still, it's still where it was, meaning there is no report that has been tabled to the House since 2005. We have not cleared those reports. So all I'm saying is that the opposition, with all due respect, is the only member that can chair the PAC. And I just received papers today that the honorable leader of the opposition has, I want to use a nice word, constructively removed every single member apart from himself and the Honorable Ugo Pat from all committees. So sadly, I will have to see his face more often, it seems, which is not a good thing. It is not a good thing for democracy. We on this side, Madam Speaker, we have done many things when it comes to oversight. I can give you an example of my ministry, for example, where we follow all the protocols, we follow all the procedures. We have done so diligently. We go through the evaluation process. We invite members from other ministries to join the evaluation process. That process is taken to the Ministry of Finance. They give us their no objection. That report therefore goes to the Contractor General, who, if she, at this time it's a her, if she gives us any concerns, we address it, and then and only then is it tabled to the House. So we have followed all the necessary procedures that is required for us to issue contracts. That's, in my opinion, positive oversight. But let's not forget that the Joint Public Accounts Committee, which was proposed by this government, that it included the social partners, which was a milestone, not only for Belize, but for the region, for small nations that have parliamentary systems to have proper oversight. That is a milestone that was established recently. And it is the only committee that is chaired by the opposition member. And so you have your opportunity now, sir. You are now, I don't know who is the chairman. Who is the chairman now? I don't know who to speak to, that's the thing. Who is in charge here? Is it the alliance? Is it the leader from the opposition? It's a difficult time for us in Belize, Madam Speaker. You decide that. I am not really interested in how you do your affairs, but it is a disservice to the people of Belize that we do not have a functioning opposition. And that makes it difficult for us here on the government side, Madam Speaker, because it does not give us an opportunity to proper ventilate the issues. And worse now, when you only have one man, one and a half maybe, that officially represents the opposition in all these committees. So I shouldn't be saying this because I should be happy that there is no opposition, but I'm not speaking for myself. I'm speaking for the people of Kaya South and for the people of Belize to urge the opposition to get their act together so that proper oversight can be done. Thank you very much.
I recognize the member for Fort George.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to acknowledge the points raised by the member from Albert. The constructive criticism that she gave in terms of the Office of the Auditor General and the challenges faced by that office, which I will confirm because the Ministry of Public Service has been working over the past 3+ years with the Office of the Auditor General to deal with some of the human resource challenges, some of the other resource challenges that that office has had. But Madam Speaker, what I cannot acknowledge and countenance today is the continued personal attacks that the leader of the opposition keeps making against career public officers. It seems that every time we come to this honorable house, the leader of the opposition is once again attacking another public officer. And it's true, as he just said earlier, he was away selling millions of records, millions of dollars worth of records, Madam Speaker, which I find interesting that when that student that he spoke about earlier came for help with education, he couldn't provide the help, even though he sold millions and millions of records. He had to ask the Minister of Education for help and then send the student to try to get a loan somewhere else. But that's just how he behaves, Madam Speaker. I need to put on record my gratitude for the work of Ms. Dorothy, the Auditor General, Ms. Dorothy Bradley, who has given her career, her life as a career public officer. She has worked in many offices, not only the Auditor General's office, but she was once working as a Chief Elections Officer, I believe. Is that correct? I think she was there at one point. She was an Accountant General. She worked in other departments, other offices, and she retired, Madam Speaker. It's true that the office is one of critical importance that we all acknowledge. We all know that that is an important office. But if the government had come in today with a resolution, Madam Speaker, to just appoint somebody from within, just promote somebody from within, you would have heard a chorus of criticism coming from the opposition that this post should have been advertised. So the government did the right thing. The post was advertised. Yes, there must be an acting person in the position, and that's why under Section 109(2) of the Constitution, the resolution was brought today for the House to support the acting appointment of Ms. Maria Rodriguez for 4 months. The post has been advertised, and we will see who will apply for this post. The qualifications are there in the vacancy notice, and the salary structure is also there. Now, we need to make a clarification there, Madam Speaker. Whenever a post is advertised in the government, and this particular post is on pay scale 26, it shows you what the first point on that pay scale is. It does not tell you exactly what the salary is for the person that will come in. So yes, the first point on the pay scale may be 50,000 something, but that does not mean that the person that will be coming in as the Auditor General will be making that salary. So that is a definite, they're trying to misinform, the leader of opposition is trying to misinform the public when he makes that statement, because that is how all government vacancies are advertised, to show what pay scale it is on and what is the starting point on that particular pay scale. So, Madam Speaker, again, yes, there are challenges, and that post or that department, that office is a very important one. The government is doing the right thing to advertise the post, and we hope to see very qualified persons applying for that post. But it was important to also come in today to have an acting appointment for the period of 4 months. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Orange Walk East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to raise to support the motion that is here today, and also to put on record, Madam Speaker, because I think I owe it to my constituents to say that I do take offense to the nasty remark here that was expressed by the leader of the opposition. But I also want to, and I want to thank you that he had to withdraw, and I think he needs to apologize, not only withdraw. But let me also say, Madam Speaker, that while he would go on with his nasty remarks, I must say that while he spent his 10 years wherever he was, I have been spending my time serving the people of my tongue and my country. So, Madam Speaker, this resolution, this motion is a very important one, and we do agree with the comments mentioned by other members of the opposition that there is need for accountability, there is need for continued oversight. And so it is very important that we get on with the business and that we support the motion to appoint this Ms. Rodriguez to hold over and act as Auditor General. This government, Madam Speaker, is committed to ensuring that we do the right thing, and by making sure that we have an Auditor General is a part of our commitment to ensuring that there is accountability and transparency in government. Thank you very much.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. But I will be, again, just very brief. Again, we certainly appreciate constructive discussion and criticism. And so, the Honourable Member from Colette, the way she presented herself, that's what we expect. The Honourable Member from Albert. And that's what we expect here in this National Assembly. But when you have the leader of the opposition, what he said for about 30 minutes of rambling, could I do it in 5 minutes? I mean, I'm just being personal, but when you think about it, Madam Speaker, they just brought this to my attention. Here we have the report on the Committee of Selection on the appointment of members to fill vacancies of the standing committees of the House of Representatives. It seems that we have two parties on the other side. This man, this leader of the opposition, changed all of these people.
Let's not anticipate the motion that's coming up. It's coming up. We can't anticipate the motion. There's a motion on this coming up, members.
I am floored. We'll come to that, but somebody need help. But that said, Madam Speaker, I want to tell the member from Albert, and I'm glad you reminded me when you invited me to your meeting, to your committee, and we basically agreed to a number of things that have been done. So, but once I agree to that, I pass it on to the technical people, and it's difficult for me to be able to keep up with every single thing that I'm doing, and I expected it. But then maybe we could have, reminded me, hey, maybe we could follow up one or two things, and by step at a time. The new chairman wanted that. Okay. It's incredible. It's incredible. I'm floored. The issue of succession planning is a challenge for the entire government system. And I've been saying this for some time now, Madam Speaker. And successive governments have to take responsibility for this. For too long, we've just been hiring people just to hire people. Political patronage. And because of that political patronage, today, we're finding these challenges that we do. For instance, the issue of succession planning. In many instances, we don't have. And I don't mean it as no disrespect to the public service. If you look at the public service, it's like a pair. Small, highly competent technical people at it, and then the bottom is a lot of people that we just hired, and that A, they either don't have the expertise, and B, we don't give them the proper training to try to make them come up the ranks. We just keep them there, and hire more people. And, everybody will tell you that government have too many workers. But yet every ministry will tell you they need more people. And they need more people because of that challenge that we're facing. And I hope that nobody try to take it out of context what I'm saying. Because the succession is a challenge. Not only at Auditor General, almost in every ministry, you will find this issue. And I agree with you on the matter of the issue of greater autonomy. We believe in these matters, and we believe on these matters of the autonomy, so they could do a better job. And for the record, Madam Speaker, Mrs. Bradley has a combined package of $121,000, not $50,000 as what the honourable member of the opposition, leader of, well, I don't know which opposition, but that one over here, the member from MESOP, made. No? That said, Madam Speaker, I want to thank both sides. There is no hidden agenda. That's why we're coming here. We're following the law. We could have just operate without an Auditor General, but we want to follow the law, so we're doing it the proper way. Appoint one and acting for 4 months. It will be advertised. There's going to be, I guess, that it's your ministry who manages that. My ministry will manage the application process, and we'll ensure that everybody gets involved. That's just show the point now that I don't get involved because they're supposed to be autonomous, so I don't get involved in that sense. No? That said, Madam Speaker, thank you very much.
Honourable members, that motion is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I seek the indulgence of this Honourable House to have this motion taken through all its stages this day.
Honourable members, the question is that this motion be taken through all its stages this day. All those in favour kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have. With your indulgence, I will apply Standing Order 91 on the general authority of the Speaker based on the length of motions, the number of motions to be debated today, and ask that we do a short recess of about 30 minutes to allow for lunch breaks for members, and then we will resume. So a 30-minute recess, please, and then we will resume. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, this is the adoption of the report from the Ombudsman's Reports Committee on the 21st Annual Report of the Ombudsman of Belize for the period January 1st, 2023 to December 31st, 2023. Madam Speaker, I move be it resolved that this Honorable House adopts the report from the Ombudsman Reports Committee on the 21st Annual Report of the Ombudsman of Belize for the period January 1st, 2023 to December 2023.
I recognize the member for Colette.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The motion, Madam Speaker, the report that we are about to adopt speaks to the filling of vacancies for the standing committees of the House.
No. We're on the Ombudsman report.
Oh, I'm sorry then. I'm sorry, Madam Speaker. I kind of eager.
So we move.
We have another motion that was on the first. I see. Okay.
You move.
Thanks.
Honourable members, the question is, be it resolved that this Honourable House adopts a report from the Ombudsman Reports Committee on the 21st Annual Report of the Ombudsman of Belize for the period January 1, 2023, December 31, 2023. All those in favour kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honourable Chair of the Committee of Selection. Deputy Speaker.
Madam Speaker, this is a motion to adopt the report from the Committee of Selection 2024. Madam Speaker, I move be it resolved that this Honorable House adopts the report from the Committee of Selection on the appointment of members to fill the vacancies in the standing committees of the House of Representatives.
I recognize the member for Colette.
My apologies, Madam Speaker. I was looking at the supplementary and not the... Madam Speaker, firstly, I see that some of the vacancies are being filled by our colleague from Toledo East, and I want to say to him that my remarks will have nothing to do with the portions of the report having to do with filling the vacancies when it comes to him. But Madam Speaker, everything else, all other filling of vacancies in this report, I would have to say, whoever is responsible, that it is an asinine decision. For the record, asinine is a perfectly good word in the English dictionary. It's often confused to be derogatory, but no. Madam Speaker, for the benefit of the Belizean people who may not be understanding, the House separates its business into these 13 standing committees. The Committee of Selection is one, and we have 12 others, and every single matter that could potentially come up is sent to one of these committees. It is the if you will, the meat of where the legislation goes for us to try to get clarity, for us as the opposition to put in our pound of flesh, even the government members to put in their pound of flesh, to put in their interpretation, to give their suggestions, to give their ideas. it is also where the public and the stakeholders are invited to come into the discussion. Quite often, clarification needs to happen on a bill that is sent to any of these committees, and we would get the technical people to come in and to explain. And for this process to work, we absolutely need good, strong, competent, capable people who will show up to be a part of these committees, because it is such an integral part of the entire democratic process. Now, I need not highlight to anybody in this House that the opposition, in terms of our numbers, is at a serious disadvantage. 5 to 26. Only 5 members. And from the start, let me get there, we have not seen one of those 5 members, and I will not lament on that, other than to say that for the duration of this current term of Parliament, there have only been 4 members of the opposition who have taken the brunt of the work of these committees, serving on all 13 of them. Before, Madam Speaker, today, the 2 members who are being proposed to fill every vacancy. So, in essence, it means that the honorable member from Kayo North and the honorable member from Mesopotamia, Corozal North and Mesopotamia, will sit on every of the 13 committees. And before that, as if it were not already a heavy load, the member from Mesopotamia sat on 7, and the member from Corozal North sat on 9. And I'm very careful, Madam Speaker, because I don't want to be overly critical, but I need to make the point that, in my view, even as it was tough for us to participate. The member from Corozal North travels from Corozal. These committee meetings, are held here in Belmopan in the committee room. It is very rare when it goes outside, but there have been occasions where there are road shows, like when we have a constitutional amendment or something like that. And then for these committees, you have to travel all around. But the commitment, I will tell you, for that one member has not been very stellar in terms of showing up, coming all the way from Corozal to Belmopan for these meetings. And now he is being saddled with 4 more committees. This, Madam Speaker, is a blow to democracy. This is what is happening today. And I will say it in plain English, that anybody who is responsible for this cannot have the betterment of our country at heart. This, Madam Speaker, I interpret to be a personal, a petty, a very spiteful, a very vindictive move on the part of whoever is responsible for it. Because there's no other explanation as to why you would try so hard to handicap a process that clearly the entire nation relies on in order for us to get good legislation. But all committees are important. All of them are important. But to me, the biggest joke, the biggest slap in the face of the Belizean people, the biggest slap in the face of even the people here in Parliament, is the fact that the report is suggesting that they will remove my friend from Albert, who everybody agrees, the social partners. Remember, under the current administration, the committee was made a joint public accounts committee, JPAC as it is called. And you've just heard, in fact, detailed discussions about the leadership of the honorable member from Albert in regards to the work of the JPAC. To suggest now that there will be a change midstream, and there always are changes, But this is a change that I think can only handicap the process that has already been there. The member described how she invited, I suppose at the request of the other social partners, the Prime Minister to come into the JPAC and to answer some of the tough questions, and you've heard the Prime Minister take ownership of those requests and in fact recommitted himself today that some of those changes will be made. The fact that we are putting in an Auditor General, even only temporary, and starting the search for a new one, that is going to be tough, but it is a step in the right direction to now come and chop off the head of a very competent and a very capable chairperson of the JPAC is, to me, I have to use the word again, asinine. Madam Speaker, while it is the prerogative of the Leader of the Opposition to put membership or suggest membership to the Committee of Selection, so there's nothing illegal happening, I want to be clear, and if it comes to that and we have to make a vote today, I will not vote against the motion, but because it is his prerogative to do so, but we have to call into question the motives of the Leader of the Opposition, how wise this is, and whether or not this is really in the best. How can you say that you are looking out for what is in the best interest of Belizeans when you do this? Stretched thin, 13 committees. If after today's business, and I see a list of new bills coming on, a slew of new bills, imagine if these new bills require 5 or 6 committee meetings, then my 2 colleagues will have to be up and down, when in fact you have 2 other competent and capable members who are quite willing to do the work and have done yeoman's work in terms of accomplishing changes to legislation, creating better legislation, but because of pettiness and spitefulness and ego, these things, we are not able to participate. And it comes, Madam Speaker, you know, what's hurtful about the whole thing? My friend, the Leader of the Opposition, has had ample enough chance to reflect on what he's doing, you know. In fact, when he wrote to the Speaker to get the Speaker to deem that we have crossed the floor, when he tried to expel us from the party, which has all been illegal, not following proper constitution mechanisms for the UDP. That's private party matters. But when he came to this Honorable House and requested that the Speaker give an interpretation of the national constitution, and he was told that he was wrong, he had the opportunity to stop. He can still stop. He can still advise, Madam Speaker, we are in this Honorable House right now. He can ask, Madam Speaker, that we do something to send back the Committee of Selection. I've seen where these decisions are made in one meeting. We come in the morning and we take a break, and the Committee on Selection go and meet and make the changes, appointments, and we come back, we can fix it. So I make the appeal to him, and I make the appeal to all rightful, right-thinking supporters of him. I don't know if many of that exist. I see my colleague from Corazon North has gone, disappeared. Can't face the music of what his leader is doing in here. Shameful. We have to stand up for what is right. Have to. And so I make the appeal to him to do what is right for the Belizean people. If you have any iota of respect for the Belizean people and for this process that we call democracy, what he's done in the UDP is enough. But now he brings it to this Honorable House and interferes in the work of making good legislation in this country. So I make the appeal to him again. Stop. Stop it and do what is right by the people of this country. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Leader of Opposition, member for Mesopotamia.
You know, it gives me such great joy when you criticize me and you try to belittle me, because that means that I'm doing my job. The day I come in here and you start to compliment me, the Belizean people should be concerned. Madam Speaker, for the record, for the last 4 years, the member from Collett and Albert have rarely ever attended any of the House Committee meetings, Madam Speaker. The record would reflect that their attendance at the House Committee meetings has been very poor. In fact, the member from Collett lives abroad. He spends most of his time in the United States getting this elusive PhD that he has been getting ever since he resigned in disgrace. And, you know, he's talking about petty and vindictiveness. He's the reason I am sitting here. I am a first-term junior. And you, sir, if you were so brilliant and you were such a statesman and so great, you would be sitting here. You had your opportunity, and your opportunity has flown away because of your behavior. Nothing that anybody else did, Madam Speaker. And as I said, the record will reflect. Madam Speaker, I have missed maybe a handful of House Committee meetings. I attend almost every House Committee meeting, and I cannot say the same for my colleagues, Madam Speaker. So it is not fair to try to represent to the people of Belize that they have been so studious in discharging their duties. And you go to JPAC. Nothing has changed since the last administration. For 4 years, what has been done at JPAC to get some type of accountability, to get some type of transparency, to know what is happening with the government spending? We have not seen it, Madam Speaker. So it is the prerogative of the Leader of the Opposition, time immemorial, to decide who sits on what House committees. This is nothing new, but for the record, Madam Speaker, I would have wished that these colleagues would have been attending House Committee meetings and would be putting the Belizean people before their own self-interests, and we would not be in this position. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. While I address you, Madam Speaker, and members of this National Assembly, I also think it is an imperative to address the people of Belize. Those who sent us to this honorable House. Those 59,000 Belizeans, Madam Speaker, who voted for the opposition, for the UDP in the last general elections. That 40%, Madam Speaker, of the electorate who has no voice if we do not stand here and be their voice in this honorable House. I think it's important, Madam Speaker, as part of our public education, to share with the Belizean public, those who are listening either by radio or by television, that indeed there are 13 committees. And if you bear with me, Madam Speaker, I'd like to list them for the listening public. There is the Finance and Economic Development Committee. There is the Health and Human Development Committee. There is the Constitution and Foreign Affairs, including Privileges, Standing Orders, and Regulations Committee. There is the Public Service, Labor, Industry, and Trade Committee. There is the National Security and Immigration Committee. There is the Ombudsman Report Committee. There is the Public Utilities, Transport and Communications Committee. There is the Education, Sports and Housing Committee. There is the Works Committee and the Natural Resources and Environment Committee and the Agriculture and Fisheries Committee and the Tourism, Archaeology and Information Committee. There is the Joint Public Accounts Committee, and last but not least, Madam Speaker, the Committee of Selection. The Belizean people must be aware, Madam Speaker, that on each of these committees, there are 6 members of this National Assembly who sit there to look at all aspects of Belize's socio and economic development. The membership on these committees are responsible for the legislative framework for this country, Madam Speaker. The members of this committee have a duty and an obligation to ensure that before any laws or motions are passed in this honorable House, that the due diligence has been done in terms of the law itself, but how these laws and motions and decisions of the National Assembly impact lives of ordinary Belizeans. Madam Speaker, 6 members of this National Assembly sit on the committees. 2 members are from the opposition, and 4 members are from the government, with the exception, Madam Speaker, of the Joint Public Accounts Committee that has the participation and support of the upper house. We have, Madam Speaker, on that committee, the senator responsible for business, the senator responsible for unions, the senator responsible for the NGOs. Madam Speaker, I shared in an earlier intervention today, and I can speak surely for the Joint Public Accounts Committee, where this committee has held 14 meetings and 3 public hearings, Madam Speaker. Myself and my colleague from Corozal North are the 2 members of the opposition that sit on that committee. And I happen to chair that committee. The minutes of that House committee will show, Madam Speaker, that the member, my colleague from Corozal North, has not attended not a single meeting of the Joint Public Accounts Committee. This is the committee, Madam Speaker, that we deem to be the most important. The committee, Madam Speaker, that provides the oversight mechanism for how public resources are utilized. And the member, Madam Speaker, my colleague from Corozal North, does not see the importance of coming to at least that committee. But yet today, Madam Speaker, the Committee of Selection, at the advice of the member for MESOP, is going to appoint him to 5 additional committees. Madam Speaker, my colleague from Collett says It's asinine. I say, Madam Speaker, it's a travesty and a black eye for democracy in this country. Because when you shut us down, Madam Speaker, you shut down the persons who sent us to sit in this National Assembly on their behalf, both from Albert and Colette. But let me reiterate, Madam Speaker, the 59,000 Belizeans who voted for us in the last general elections. We are to be the voice of the voiceless, Madam Speaker, and that is not a responsibility I take frivolously. The only time that I have missed a committee meeting is when I've had to have surgery on my leg and I could not come. I was incapacitated. But the staff of this National Assembly will tell you that I follow up on all committees. I give my input how I can, if not in person, otherwise. I have been diligent in my responsibility to the Belizean people. And when I talk about the Belizean people, I talk about all Belizeans, Madam Speaker. And so I have to conclude that this is a deliberate attempt to thwart democracy. A democracy that we as Belizeans should be guarding zealously, Madam Speaker. And it's vexing. It is vexing to me, Madam Speaker, that we sit in this house and allow that kind of travesty to take place. It is, as my colleague says from Colette, it's his prerogative. But I hope the Belizean people are hearing me loudly and clearly, Madam Speaker, why it is that some of us are doing everything we humanly can to preserve democracy in the United Democratic Party and to preserve democracy in Belize. You will not silence my voice. My voice will be heard. And if that means, Madam Speaker, that my colleague and I will find other ways to provide our input on these bills before, if we have to come to every committee meeting as a quote-unquote citizen of this country, I am prepared to do that. Democracy is not neatly packaged, but it is the best system of government that we have, Madam Speaker. I am surely disappointed, and I hope the Belizean people's eyes are open and their ears are hearing clearly, and they can hold who is responsible for the demise of this democracy that we love and we guard and we look to guide the development of Belize. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Recognize the member for Cayo South.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. I think we have to clarify because I saw they made reference to the member from Toledo East being appointed to some committees, and I want to explain why that is so. The government, in its wisdom, is just having the Honorable Dr. Martinez, the member from Toledo East, replace the Honorable Mike Espat, who was the duly elected member for Toledo East, and the Honorable Member Martinez is now the duly elected member for Toledo East. So I just wanted to establish that he has all the right and he has all the support, and we welcome you, my brother, to serve us well in this very important job that we have to do. I'm trying to help. I'm trying my best. But, Madam Speaker, we have a problem. Houston, we have a problem. I have been on both sides sitting in committees. When I was in opposition, we fought hard to be able to make sure that there was a balance and there was a voice to be able to better the proposals that are made in these committees. I have personally seen, Madam Speaker, now that I am a member of government sitting in these committees, that any government needs that kind of assistance. We do our best with the system that we have. We propose the laws as we see it best. And yes, we are humans, and we go to these committees, and the opposition, if they're doing their job, would highlight certain issues that needs to be bettered. And for most part, and the members can testify to this, we do have our discussions, sometimes heated, sometimes not. But the end results, I believe, is much better than the laws that are proposed. You end up serving the interests of more people. Why am I saying this? I got into politics with this dream of being able to sit on this side, not really sitting on that side, just that I suffered for how many years? For 12 years on that side. But the dream was to be able to be in a position where you can analyze the needs of people and propose laws to better them, to better their lives, to better the quality of their life. And when we say that not having an opposition participate properly in these exercises, it is a detriment to democracy. It is wrong. It makes us drop our guard. It makes us believe that everything that we propose is the best. And sometimes it is, but sometimes it's not. And that is what democracy is all about. It gives an opportunity for the other side to be able to bring forward objections or proposals. Most of the times it's not objections, as I've experienced. It is just to better it. Why don't we include this? Why don't we do this? If you do this, why isn't it done better? And we discuss it, and it comes back to the House. It is humanly impossible, I see, for these two members to be able to participate diligently in these committees. As the member from Albert has mentioned, it is even difficult having just 5 on the other side. And now it seems that we only have 2. Now it seems we only have 1. I insist that you guys need to get your act together. We are on opposing political sides, but we are all Belizeans. And we demand that our Belizean people be represented properly. You guys, even though you're having your squabbles, I don't want to get involved with that, but you represent people. And those people are voiceless without your participation. It's a sad day for Belize, honorable member of the opposition, for this to happen. I hope somehow or the other we find a way for it to work out. It demoralizes people on this side when we have no opposition. That's not what I signed up for. That's not what the Belizean people have us here doing. Something has to, you guys have to do something. When we meet on the battlefield before an election, I can understand that. And may the best person win in each constituency. I have no problem with that. And we will do what we do, and we will have differences of opinion. I mean, I don't remember the last time I agreed with Patrick on something, but we don't hate each other. And we fight for things that we believe. And you have, member of the opposition, you have two educated people. One that's about to be a doctor. I will repeat what he said. One that is about to be a real doctor. And the member that came from our side, so she must have something positive to contribute. But that's part of what we do. That doesn't diminish the respect we have for each other. I have known the member from Albert from we were very young. I went to school with her brother, who was one of the most intelligent men I know of. And we are on opposing sides. And that's fine. But that is democracy. And I fight for democracy. I will always fight for democracy. And I plead for the Belizean people, for you guys somehow to work your stuff out. It's hurting us on this side, no matter how you see it. It's hurting you on that side, but most importantly, it's hurting the Belizean people. I am disappointed, member, leader of the opposition, in your decision. Thank you very much.
I recognize the member for Toledo. Member for Orange Walk East.
I'm in the north, not the south, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe I want to add a bit of context to this discussion. And as a young member of Parliament and a representative of this government, I think I wish to address this very concerning development taking place within the opposition. While I don't want to speak for the opposition, but the recent decision of the Leader of the Opposition, Madam Speaker, to remove 2 senior sitting opposition members from all House committee meeting is very concerning. This action raises significant questions about his leadership and commitment to democratic principles within his own party. Madam Speaker, let me also point out that democracy thrives on diversity of thought and the inclusion of varied perspectives. And by sidelining experienced members from critical discussions, the Leader of the Opposition is really undermining this very fundamental principle. It is essential for any of us, any leader, especially one who claims to want to lead this country, to demonstrate respect for democratic processes and foster an environment where all voices are heard and valued. This move, Madam Speaker, not only reflects poorly on his leadership, as I said, but also raises doubts about his ability to uphold democratic values on a national level. How can someone who does not practice democracy within their own ranks be expected to champion it on the entire country? And as members, and as a member of this government and members of this side, we remain committed to ensuring that all voices, regardless of political affiliation, are respected and heard. So I urge you, Leader of the Opposition, member for Mesopotamia, to reconsider your approach and to prioritize the principles of democracy and inclusion for the benefit of your party and for the nation as a whole. I thank you.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I don't think I could, to add more to what has been taking place and here today. And we could laugh, we could make fun, we could talk, these 59,000 voters, it was decided to vote for now because of the behavior of what we're seeing on the other side. But It's important for me to read out all of their committee members, make people understand how ridiculous this thing is. That you have a leader of the opposition that could be so petty. There's no other word, so petty and vindictive. How can you want to be the leader of this country if you could be so petty and vindictive on your own? On two senior members of your own party? That you put somebody that has not attended a House meeting from the day she was elected, come in, I think, twice for about 30 minutes, and that's it, or one time. And then put that chair between them so that they can be together. And this is the man that wants to lead this country. The House Committee that he has changed, Honorable Moses Barrow and Hugo Pat fill the vacancies of member of Finance and Economic Development Committee. Honorable Moses Barrow, Hugo Pat fill members for Health and Human Development Committee. Honorable Moses Barrow and Hugo Pat fill the vacancies of member for the Education, Sports and Housing Committee. Honorable Moses Barrow and Hugo Pat fill the vacancies for member of the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee. Honorable Moses Barrow and Hugo Pat fills the vacancies as members of the Public Service, Labor, Industry and Trade Committee. Honorable Moses Barrow and Hugo Pat fill the vacancies members of the Natural Resources and Environment Committee. Honorable Moses Barrow and Hugo Vega and Hugo Pat fill the vacancies as members of the Agriculture and Fisheries Committee of the House of Representatives. Honorable Moses Barrow fills the vacancy as member of the Joint Public Accounts Committee of the House of Representatives. They changed you. Honorable Moses Barrow, Hugo Pat fill the vacancies as member of the Tourism, Archaeology and Information Committee. Now the Honorable, and then you have Osman Martinez and Hugo Pat to fill the vacancies for the members of the Committee of Selection of the House of Representatives. We have a very long day today, Madam Speaker, but I just felt it necessary to read out these names so you could see how ridiculous this is today. I urge that the leader of the opposition should get up and ask that we pull back this thing, Madam Speaker, for consideration. I think he owes that, not only to his party, to this country and to this House, man. This is a serious work we do in this House. These are not baby and they be personal right here. So I'm urging you, a man, a leader is prepared to stand up and say, you know what, I made a mistake or I need to reconsider something. We do that all the time. No, I believe that on him. Why we aren't vote against it? Let him pull this back. Make it be for his responsibility. We don't have save him today. We don't have vote against it because it is his responsibility to get up here like a leader and somebody that's serious about what he's doing to ask that we rethink this, Madam Speaker. It's ridiculous, man. We here to do people's work. And we come and on your own. If you do that to them, what you do to we over this side? We have to be afraid of you. To the Belizean people, exactly. If that's what you do to the leaders that have you where you are, what will you do to us or to the rest of the Belizean people? And you want to be Prime Minister? Something wrong. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I call on the chair to move the motion.
Madam Speaker, I ask that the question be put.
Honourable members, the question is, be it resolved that this Honourable House adopts the report from the Committee of Selection on the appointment of members to fill the vacancies in the standing committees of the House of Representatives. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. All those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it, since only the ayes responded. But we didn't take a, no one asked for a count, so
Introduction of bills.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, this is the General Revenue Supplementary Appropriation 2024-2025 Bill of 2024. I rise to introduce and to move the second reading for a bill to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2025. Madam Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet, but I think it's important for me to give an explanation as to what's happening here. No, we have passed pretty much the halfway mark of this financial year, which starts from April to March of next year, and I believe that it is the appropriate time to be able to take stock as to where we are and assess of the work that we have ongoing as we prepare for the new budgetary needs for the remainder of this financial year. We have done an assessment and have carefully considered the request for additional funds to meet the ever-increasing need for more and better services for the people of Belize, as well as to address matters unforeseen when the annual budget estimates were approved earlier this year. Against this, we have to weigh the proposed increase in expenditures against what we can afford, while always bearing in mind our commitment to continued strong and prudent fiscal management. This bill provides for a total supplementary appropriation of $106.3 million, and it's broken up in three parts. In the recurrent budget, Part 1, we have $10.8 million. Capital 2 budget, $52.1 million. And the Capital 3 budget, $44.3 million. Details of these proposed expenditures are shown by the Ministry, and a budget line in the schedule is attached to this bill. The additional requirement of $10.8 million is the lowest recurrent supplementary over the past 4 years, less than 20% of its peak back of $60 million in the fiscal year of 2021-2022. The Cap 2 and Capital 3 supplementary budgets reflect a mixture of continuing priorities and unforeseen developments. These continuing priorities include an additional $7 million for education, of which a lot is going to be used for helping more with educational scholarships, trying to help as many students that we have. We have almost $2 million for health, $2.8 million to support social assistance programs, $1.6 million for 50 homes funded by our friends in Taiwan, $1.4 million for the renovation of the National Assembly building, $1.5 million for further modernization of the Customs Department, $9 million for the Ministry of Natural Resources, $8 million for local government, including works in Belama, and $42 million for the infrastructure projects across the country. These infrastructure projects include, but are not limited to, in the Corozal District, the Remate Bypass upgrading, as well as the Caledonia Main Street and the paving of the Progressor Road. In the Orange Walk District, the paving of 7 miles in the Guinea Grass Road and the upgrading of the Blue Creek Road. In the Belize District, the paving of Mirage Road in Ladyville Village and the main access road in Hattieville. Thank you, Dolores. You didn't pay me mine. Is that right, Ben? Is that right? The replacement of the of the Chicago Bridge, the Lucky Strike Bridge, and rehabilitation of the Mascal Bridge. The upgrading of the Philip Colson Highway from Buttonwood Bay to the Belcan Flag Roundabout. Roadworks in Port Loyola. Port Loyola there. Oh, okay. 13 years and I've hardly do anything in Port Loyola, and here you are now getting the work done. You carry it up no more. No more food, no more call to the radio station, right? To call shows. And further upgrades to several streets in the Kikaka community. In the Kaya district, the construction of a new classroom building in the Roaring Creek Primary School, the replacement of the San Marcos and Selena Village bridges, continued Caracol Road works, upgrading of the Bully Tree Road and the roads work in Sokots. And the Bully Tree Road, Madam Speaker, that's a very, very important project that's undertaking, because now we'll be connecting from Spanish Lookout to Bully Tree, so that the rest of the country or the Kaya district will not be cut off during floods and so forth, because whenever that happens, there's a flooding, they get cut off on the rest of the country. So by making that connection, we'll be able to continue to keep commerce and agriculture and people in the connection at all times. So I must give credit to the honorable member from Minister of Natural of Sustainable Development. I want to say land him, but so that he has been behind us all along from Kaya Southeast. We also have the, in the Stankik district, we have the upgrading of the Commerce Bight Road, the Thomas Vincent Ramos Road from Hopkins Junction to Placencia Roundabout. And we'll continue along with paving of the Placencia Road and works on village streets. So now honorable member Rodwell, and get the streets right away. So you win, man, you win. Stop. In the Toledo district, works will begin on the upgrading of a portion of Bella Vista Main Road, and will commence the pavement of the 2 miles of road from San Pedro to Colombia. Where's the honorable Oscar? I'll tell her now. Okay. As well as the construction of a new Treasury and Belize Tax Services building in Punta Gorda. As to the unforeseen developments, Madam Speaker, $3 million is being allocated to agriculture. $1 million will be used for the screwworm prevention of cattle. If you know, Belize was declared free of screwworm from around the mid-90s, but there was the minister was explaining to us there was a major mess up in Panama where they released these flies that produce the screwworm by mistake. And so they've been coming, I know it's already from country to country, and as much as they're trying to stop it, now it is in Honduras, and so we are trying to prepare from now to ensure that we try to keep them out of Belize, since the cattle industry has become a very, very important industry in this country. We're also making available $2 million for fertilizers for the sugar industry and citrus. Citrus in particular is of particular importance to us because citrus was already $100 million. It could have been a $100 million industry. But over the past 13 years under the previous government, they did next to nothing in trying to help the industry to survive the citrus greening. So right now, the Minister of Agriculture has been working with the Citrus Growers Association and the other growers in one, assisting the small farmers with fertilizer. This is more for the small farmers. And secondly, then we're still looking and seeing in helping the farmers to change into new varieties of citrus that can resist the citrus greening. If I remember, you were also a citrus grower, right? Or Madam Speaker, at one time, they were, yes. So we have to set aside $3 million, something that we were not really prepared for. As to citizen security, Madam Speaker, we still have this perennial problem in the north with the Caborca cartel trying to come into Belize, and we have to spend the monies now, not later, when we'll not be able to stave them off or to fight them off. So we have to put in another 800 million to be able to 800,000 to be allocated for special joint security operations up in the north, while roughly another $2 million is being required for the wildfire response. Remember all the fires that we had earlier, well, a few months ago in the Toledo district in particular, and also some in Cayo. So we're setting another $2 million to help with that response, and also we've been fixing the shelters for the hurricane season, although we're soon coming to the end of the hurricane season, and knock on wood that we don't get a hurricane, we still have to continue upgrading these hurricane shelters. We are allocating $1.7 million to support the BDF, the National Security Mission to Haiti. Whilst we have not officially, the Ministry of Defense have a 10 points that needs to be addressed before we send our BDF to Haiti to help our brothers and sisters there. We need to make sure that we have the monies to be able, so that they, should they leave or should they go, that they will have everything that they need. The expectation is that we will be refunding these monies at a later date. We have a further $1.9 million that was also required for additional passports and equipment, as well as to support the administrative program. The passports is not passports, and they're not cheap passports anymore. They're embedded with a chip to be able to have all your biodata and so forth, Madam Speaker. And we pretty much run out, and we have to buy in advance because it takes some time to get these ready with all of the security features in it. We have to buy more equipment, the printers, to be able to keep up with the demand, and certainly with the amnesty program that has been ongoing for the past 2 years. Not too happy about this one, but we have to allocate another $2 million for the purchase of additional vehicles to accommodate the expanded range of government services that has been provided. And each ministry will tell you that a lot of their vehicles have already been old, and they're breaking down every minute, and it becomes very expensive to maintain. And as we continue to provide more and more services to our citizens, then we have to be able to have the necessary vehicles to be able to move, to be able to do a job. Or else you hire people and then they just sit down at a desk, and we just do waste money. So we have to put another $2 million for vehicles. And whilst we are providing another $2 million to fund the CARICOM Development Fund, which typically returns to Belize in financial support more than what we put in. So in this fund, they have this Caribbean Development Fund that all the CARICOM countries have to put in monies, and then they take that money and they could then go to get grants from other, from like GCF and so forth. And so they leverage that money. And so when we get back grants from the CDF, we get more than the $2 million that we invest. So it's a good investment. These supplementary expenditures will be funded by a mix of revenue and grants and budgetary savings that and so there's no real need to restore to new borrowings. In the Capital 3 budget, just over 17 million, or over 40% of that proposed supplementary allocation, will come from grant funding, while the remainder will be drawn down from bilateral and multilateral financial sources on a highly concessionary terms. The Capital 2 and the current and the recurrent programs will be funded from the domestic revenue sources, including an over $3 million in additional grants. So, Madam Speaker, the revenue performance to date shows that the collections are above the initial budget by about 2.5%. This is expected to contribute about $27 million in additional revenues by the end of this financial year. On the expenditure side, we anticipate that the original capital budget will not be implemented as rapidly as first projected, and this would result in notional savings or underspending of another $30 million or so. This supplemental appropriation bill is the very first one, and may well be the only one, we hope, for this fiscal year. It represents the lowest percentage of the approved budget estimates at 6.6% compared to prior year supplementaries, which went as high as 18%. This budget is in response to the ever-increasing demand of more and improved services to our people, and it is in keeping with the overall goals and objectives of Plan Belize. As I said earlier, Madam Speaker, this bill has the support of the Cabinet, and I look forward to the unanimous support of this Honorable House. Thank you.
I recognize the Leader of Opposition, Member for Mississippi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister prides himself on being this extraordinary businessman. But as the Minister of Finance, we have to ask ourselves, how is it that you did not plan for these expenses? Because you just talked about the unforeseen expenses, Madam Speaker. We understand that that does happen. But if my calculations that I recorded are correct, $3 million for the agriculture disease, $2 million for the wildfire, how many months later they needed that money? So many months ago, that was back in July. But understood, they needed that back in July. We were hoping that you would come with a supplementary for that back in July. Madam Speaker, that is $5 million. Remember, it's $106 million supplementary that we're dealing with, Madam Speaker. $800,000 for the BDF out of the 1.7 that is there allotted, Madam Speaker, to deal with the cartel. Even when I was sounding the alarm about the cartel, you said that I was overreacting. I understand that there are members of the cartel that have infiltrated all forms of our society, from government to private sector, Madam Speaker. And then we have this $2 million for vehicles. Start with the $2 million for vehicles. How is it that in March you did not anticipate that you would need vehicles? How is it? You're such a great businessman. Which business administration degree are you speaking of that did not give you the ability to foresee this? Madam Speaker, I look up and down the highway and all I see are new vehicles every year. They buy new vehicles every year, Madam Speaker. So well, that was paid for by me. I don't get anything from the government. Just like all of you. That is all National Assembly members get a duty exemption. You gave me nothing special. But Madam Speaker, so in the context of teachers protesting on Independence Day for their increments from 2021, 2022, doesn't matter. Everybody counts. Just like you're here crying and moaning for two members of the of this side. Cry for the teachers, even if it's 8 of them. But this is the contempt that you have for the Belizean people. You're laughing at the teachers. You weren't laughing at them when you were marching with them in 2020 to try to become Prime Minister. No, I'm speaking on behalf of those teachers who want their increments. I am speaking on behalf of the BNTU, who the President spoke at a press conference to demand that the 130 teachers who have been taking off the pay stream get their monies. So how is it that you have money to buy more vehicles, but you don't have money to give the teachers? How is it that you have money for more vehicles, but you don't have money to give the BDF, who we approved would get a salary adjustment, but you, being the ultra hawks that you are, refuse to honor that salary adjustment? It just doesn't make sense, Madam Speaker. Out of the $106 million that is up in this supplementary, the Prime Minister, you go back to the record, has only spoken of unforeseen costs in the tune of about $10 million. So please, hopefully, one of your other learned colleagues will be able to share with the Belizean people how is it that you fell so short with the rest of the money, Madam Speaker. And this has been happening for 4 years, Madam Speaker. Yes, granted, this is one of the better years. Last year, they brought a supplementary bill almost every other House meeting, Madam Speaker. But again, for a government that claims that the economy is so good and they have such great spending power, Madam Speaker, I don't see how it is that they cannot plan according to what it is that they need to spend, and how is it that they're so incompetent, so untalented in the office of the Ministry of Finance that they cannot get it right for 4 years, Madam Speaker. How do you go so far left in planning your budget, Madam Speaker? We want to look at some of the expenditures that, again, are not unforeseen. The Prime Minister said nothing about the $4 million in the Ministry of Finance. It's a total of $10 million of unforeseen, according to him, costs in the Ministry of Finance. We have $2.3 million in the Office of the Prime Minister. Prime Minister said nothing as to what is that $2.3 million. We have another $6.1 million in the Ministry of Finance, Madam Speaker. Yet we still don't have a youth director, Madam Speaker. We still can't get license plates in the Ministry of Transport, Madam Speaker. We still have a climate resilient problem when it comes to many of the infrastructure projects that this government has completed, Madam Speaker. Now, the Honorable Prime Minister talked about $800,000 for unforeseen costs in the Ministry of Defense. We have $3.3 million here. And we understand that we have to help our brothers in Haiti. But this is what makes the Office of the Auditor General so important, to depoliticize the criticisms of the government. Obviously, the opposition does not trust the government, might have some that are working with the government, but definitely not me. So I have no confidence in the government, Madam Speaker, and that is why they belittle me and they attack me. It is a badge of honor, because I have no interest, Madam Speaker, in supporting complicitly any of the malfeasance that we have seen over the last 4 years, Madam Speaker. So when we hear about $3 million for the disease that is ravaging in the agricultural sector, we still don't see any breakdown as exactly how that $3.2 million will be spent. Please share that with us. The monies that you're talking about to go to Haiti and for the BDF, where is the breakdown as to how this expenditure would be spent? And I have not seen any report out of the joint public's account. I have not seen any report from the Auditor General, Madam Speaker. So all we have are billions and billions of dollars that have been spent over the last 4 years, Madam Speaker, with no accountability. And if it is that you expect the Belizean people to have trust and confidence in a People's United Party government that has done the most to bankrupt this country, bankrupt DFC, bankrupt everything that you could imagine. We could not even get loans from the IFIs when the United Democratic Party took over, Madam Speaker. So when we see these monies being spent to do roads, the Prime Minister doesn't even realize that he's confessing right before our eyes. He's telling the member from Stan Creek West, yes, he will get his streets, no worry, you will win. Madam Speaker, it begs the question. This is campaigning, this is electioneering monies, Madam Speaker. As we approach the general elections, the Prime Minister said clearly that after January, he will call the elections. So now all of a sudden, we have this $106 million supplementary in order to facilitate the buying of elections. They always said that the UDP, the former Prime Minister, was only concerned about winning elections. I remember when I used to sit in the galleries at the National Assembly and I used to listen to the member from Lake Independence. I used to be moved to tears when you would listen to him talk about the human development and the lack of investment in human development infrastructure, and that the government, the UDP government, only cares about winning elections. They don't care about the people, and that, you know, the budget was just all glitter and no substance. Man, you know, I know you could never be a Barrow, but I'm looking at Prime Minister Barrow, Borrow, right? This government has shown no empathy and no consideration for the people of Belize that they claim to love so much. Human development. You did not, hopefully the honorable member from Belize Rural Central will tell us what is happening in human development with the couple $1 million that we see there, because we still don't get any food assistance in the opposition constituencies over the last 4 years. We see monies here going to the Ministry of Infrastructure and Housing. The honorable member from Cayo South and I almost never agree, but we agreed that more money should go for housing. So I look forward to hearing that this is the Prime Minister keeping good on the promise of the 10,000 homes, of which no opposition member, no constituency of the opposition has gotten one house, Madam Speaker. Not one. Please correct me when you get the chance to speak. But Madam Speaker, all we see is abuse of the public finances. This money does not belong to John. Apologies, we're not allowed to call names, even though you're allowed the government to do it. I will correct myself. This money does not belong to the honorable member from Orange Walk Central, the honorable Prime Minister, or any of his ministers, any of the members of cabinet, Madam Speaker. And we really have to question when the honorable member from Freetown, who I do concede has been a good education minister, has been very cooperative in helping the constituencies. I will not put him down the way that side tries to put me down at whatever cost, but I am struck that the honorable member from Freetown said, I quote, that we cannot help every student in need. The government just cannot do that. So I say, how do you go from free education? That was your promise in Plan Belize. Free education, not for everybody, not for my daughter, God bless her soul, not for, you know, those of us who can afford it, but free education for all of those in need. How could you say that you cannot afford that, but you could afford $2 million in unforeseen costs for vehicles? My goodness, I remember stories, like I said, this is definitely not the George Price PUP. I remember stories of members of cabinet coming to cabinet in a new vehicle, and George Price, Prime Minister Price, national hero, tell him, listen, please come out of my cabinet, carry the vehicle back. That is not what we do. Yes, right? I was born here, Carousel Street. Yes, man. I used to carry the bucket of waste to the canal side because we did not have a toilet system. I was not born in Brooklyn. I was born right here in Belize. I would not be able to sit in the National Assembly. But, Madam Speaker, so as I said, Madam Speaker, we see continuous examples of waste, continuous example of misprioritization, continuous examples of lack of empathy for the Belizean people, Madam Speaker, continuous examples of putting special interests first and not the people of Belize, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
I really would not waste my time. Honestly, Madam Speaker, there's nothing. The only thing I will let you know, Honorable Member of Leader of the Opposition, and I guess I've said it before, but I guess just can't comprehend. A budget is a roadmap. A budget is projections of what you expect to happen. And so there are constant changes in a budget. You could ask any organization. You could ask your Bali PTD. Ask them. You know they're good friends, right? So the point I'm making is that a budget is just what are your projections, and when from time to time you have to make changes, like in everything. We did not know there was going to be fires out in the west, in the south, west and north and south. We never expect those kind of fires. It's the first time we've have it. With the issue with the screw worm, it just have come to our attention now that it's close to Belize. We need to do something about it. You know, both cane farmers associations and the citrus are constantly asking that, you know, they're in a crisis. Right now there's a new disease that's hitting the sugar industry and is going to affect production by about 30%. Are you aware of that, the member of leader of the opposition? You're aware that there's another third that's something? So we constantly have, I'm talking about sugar, a new one, just to start right now, and it's spreading rather rapidly. We have to try to find how we could contain it. So all of these things are happening, you know, and as a responsible government, we have to make adjustments. When the BDF came to us and said, you know, we don't have enough money to do the patrols, we voted the money for the police to do their joint operations up north. But then when the BDF come and say, well, you know, we are running out of funds because we have to be out there even for longer periods, what you want us to do? Bring them back to camp? Or should we put the monies there to be able to try to stave off these people? That's being responsible, man. We don't have to come here and pontificate and try to grandstand. And as to the vehicles, I told you from the very start, I'm not happy with having to put $2 million more out of vehicles. But those vehicles are not vehicles for the ministers. It is for the work of the government. It's not like ministers, they come out and then they try to get new vehicles. It is work for the government, for the different departments that they need. And if we don't give them the vehicles, then we pay them to sit down behind one desk. What choices do we have? And the more services we provide, the more we have to be out there. And that's the difference. So, Madam Speaker, and so for the leader of the opposition to come and talk, you have no moral grounds to make these accusations of voting, coming to the House to vote for monies that we don't spend. We come to the House and we present it to you all, and so you could have a debate, so you could vote it and then legally spend that money. The UDP government, your father as Prime Minister, spent $1.5 billion without the appropriation for this House. Yes, none. It has you, because then you do not have the legal. When you talk, when you are listened, you do not have the moral authority to come and make that kind of criticism. None. Because when your government was spending that money, you were ambassador, remember? Weren't you an ambassador? So was it your government? So where were you? When did you speak out? When did you speak out and said, how are you spending these monies without the proper authorization? When did you say that? If you'd have said that, then you have the moral authority to come here and criticize. But you do not have that moral authority. We are coming to this House, Madam Speaker, and say, listen, there's a shortfall. This is where we need extra money to be able to finish the year properly. We come and bring it, we know they hide it. That's the right thing to do. And yes, you will criticize, and that's okay. It's a part of the democratic process. But don't come here and try to judge because you have no legal, no moral authority. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2025 be read a first and second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to Bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2025.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance.
Now, Madam Speaker, this is an interesting one. And I urge the leader of the opposition to listen very carefully. Madam Speaker, this is the Government of Belize and Social Security Board Settlement Deed 2024. I rise to introduce a bill for an act to facilitate the implementation of the terms of deed of settlement between the Government of Belize and the Social Security Board to settle and to set out certain debt obligations as between them that remain outstanding subsequent to the Government of Belize's 2009 and 2011 compulsory acquisition and reacquisition of Sunshine Holdings Limited, as well as the shares owned by Sunshine Holdings Limited in Belize Telecommunications Limited for the BTL Employers Trust, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, it's important for me to explain this. The Government of Belize, this Government of Belize, the PUP government, and the Social Security Board Settlement Deed Bill 2024 serves as a stark reminder of the egregious wrongs and grossly negligent mismanagement of the past UDP Barrow administration to the detriment and loss suffered by the government and people of Belize, while at the same time reflecting our government's commitment to prudent fiscal management and protection of the people's pension managed by the Social Security Board. By way of background, for us to understand what is exactly we're doing here today, Madam Speaker, Sunshine Holdings Limited, a former Ashcroft Alliance company, borrowed $10 million from Social Security Board to fund the purchase of shares from BTL on behalf of the employees. In 2009, the Government of Belize compulsorily acquired all shares that Sunshine held in BTL, as well as the ownership of Sunshine itself from the BTL Employees Trust. The result of this was seemingly endless rounds of litigation. Remember, like one James Bond movie, then they had London, then they had Paris, then they had Miami, the Houston, then they had Washington, even Costa Rica, all over the world, place the world, they fight over this thing. And the Caribbean was endless rounds of litigation with the former owners of the BTL shares over the compensation that was owed for the compulsory acquisition. This ultimately resulted in the now infamous Miami Settlement Agreement, signed by the former Prime Minister Dean Barrow and the former owners of the BTL shares. Remember the news that the former Prime Minister sat in a hotel room in Miami with Lord Ashcroft, and they settled. Boy, they may really settle, because he came here like a conquering hero, and he has settled this thing finally. Give us a settlement deed right here at the house, so we can even really study what they signed. And they decided and settled that they've finally conquered Lord Ashcroft. Under this Miami settlement, as well as the arbitration award to British Caribbean Bank concerning BTL, Dean Barrow and the then UDP administration put the government and the people of Belize on the hook to pay roughly $567 million for the nationalization of BTL. And check this out, roughly 8.5 times what their own UDP valuation experts said that BTL was worth. 8.5 times more. Neither the Social Security Board nor Sunshine were parties to the Miami Settlement Agreement. Then Prime Minister Gampaiwon, I'm told that he took his law partner, I may be wrong, but supposedly, and and with a man that have 1,000 lawyers, 1,000 accountants at his disposal, and he gone there with hubris that he know everything and then signed this agreement. It appears that the then UDP government mistakenly believed that they could deduct from this Miami settlement the sums owing to Social Security and pay off Social Security. Or at least that's what they said. That they believe that in that agreement they may get the money to pay Social Security. In November of 2017, Madam Speaker, the Caribbean Court of Justice ruled against the government of Belize and ordered that the government of Belize had no right to deduct and to pay the full compensation to the trustees. No deductions. So they could not come from that settlement deed and take the money to be able to pay off Social Security from the loan that was done by Sunshine Holdings. In effect, what has taken place is that the Ashcroft Alliance collected the compensation. Listen to this. They collected the compensation for the BTL shares owed by Sunshine. But the Ashcroft Alliance was not required to pay the loan made with Social Security Board that was used to pay for the shares. So simply, and this simply happened, why? Because someone in the UDP government side overlooked, make a mistake to point out when signing an agreement that they need to pay Social Security, the Social Security loan from this settlement. Imagine. They say they forget or they overlook that when they're signing, see, to pay all of the shares, including Sunshine, to the Ashcroft Alliance, and forget to say, but hold on, we also, you have to refund me the monies to pay the loan that Sunshine Holdings owes to Social Security. Because of the former Prime Minister's arrogance and incompetence, now that incompetence, now we, the Belizean taxpayers, will pay over $30 million that we are not required to pay. $30 million. That's what we have to pay right now. And to add, as you said, salt to injury, the UDP government, without lawful authority, without the lawful authority of the National Assembly, undertook to assume the liabilities of Sunshine to Social Security Board. That remained a worthless promise. You know what they talk about? That the Prime Minister then decides, say, all right, oops, we make one mistake, we unpaid a loan. And have the Ministry of Finance send a letter to Social Security and say, don't worry about that loan, the government of Belize is going to pay. Did not come to the National Assembly to ask for the National Assembly to vote in favor to do that. That was an illegal act. He does not have that authority. But yet, he sent them a letter saying, government of Belize is going to pay without, I don't know if the cabinet know about it. Maybe a member from Collette might know that the cabinet authorized the Prime Minister to send a letter to say that they are going to pay that loan. I don't know. But as far as I know, that never gonna cabinet. And now, here we are now. He then decided to send a letter to say that pay, and he had no legal authority to do so. And he knew, because remember, we got to court too. We took him to court when he's voting $1.5 billion and the Chief Justice said that it's illegal. That was a worthless promise that he made to Social Security. So to date, Madam Speaker and colleagues, neither Sunshine nor the government has settled any of these liabilities to the Social Security Board. As of June the 30th of 2024, Sunshine owes to Social Security Board the cumulative sum of $30,863,632.81. That is the Sunshine debt to Social Security, of which the Prime Minister back then, the Barrow, said the government and people of Belize are going to pay for. It's inclusive of the principal sum of $14,586,000 $133,561.64, and accrued interest of $16,730,071.17. Interest continues to accrue at the rate of 8.5%. Even then, that the Prime Minister could have at least say, we could reduce the interest rate. He kept it at 8.5%, what was being paid way back in 2004, 2006. During that time, interest rates were down considerably. But even that, he has the sense to think about. Still signed to pay 8.5%. This accumulates at a daily rate, Madam Speaker, of $3,291.38, which in effect comes up to over $1.2 million per year in interest alone. Again, notwithstanding the lack of any legal obligation on the government to pay Social Security, this UP government intends to make Social Security whole and to finally settle this long outstanding sunshine debt. We have no legal obligation to pay, but we believe we have a moral obligation to protect the workers' monies. Noting that the average interest cost of the government of Belize debt is a bit less than 3% per annum through the central bank, government has agreed with Social Security Board to settle the sunshine debt on the following terms, subject, of course, to parliamentary approval. 1, GOB will fully assume the sunshine debt of the $30,863,632.81, against which will be set off the full amount of the Social Security Board debt of $16,852,109.46 owing by Social Security to the government of Belize. Over the years, the Social Security accumulate a debt they owe to the government of Belize. In particular, when people get sick, the workers also government will pay them, and then Social Security is supposed to refund. And over the years, it went up to over 16 million. So we're going to set that off. So you deduct that from what we owe, and then so the total quantum would reduce. So then the residual net balance, in effect, is the sum of $14,011,523.35. And we did a slight adjustment downwards to round it off to 14 million, in effect, to be paid by the government of Belize, by the taxpayers of Belize, by the issuance to Social Security of Treasury notes upon the following terms. We're giving them a 5-year note of 4 million with an interest rate of 3% per annum, and a 10-year note of 10 million with an interest rate of 3% per annum. So we're paying off that expensive debt or interest at 8.5% with debt at interest rates of 3%. These settlement terms ensure that Social Security Board does not have to book any impairment losses on its financial statements. For some time now, for several years now, the auditors are behind Social Security and said, we can't give you a full signed off because they know that that debt that they had on the books was not properly reflected or addressed. And so finally this year, the auditors said, well, we would not be able to sign off if we can't settle this. So I need to give credit to the chair lady and to their team being behind us. We need to settle this to be able to close that ugly saga, that chapter with Sunshine Holdings. The only thing we can lament, Madam Speaker, is the incredible losses to the Belizean people that we have suffered under the hands of an incompetent UDP government. In other countries, people have gone to jail for this. $30 million have been paid to the wrong hands. And now we, the government and the taxpayers and the people of this country, have to pay that $30 million. This $30 million, Madam Speaker, now reveals that actually the BTL nationalization has cost this country over $600 million without interest. $600 million and no interest. When you start to accrue interest, it's reaching $1 billion. And remember when he said that by 2020 or something like that BTL was going to be making $1 billion in profits. He actually said that in the National Assembly. Imagine what we could do with $600 million, man. Housing for the poor and for single mothers. More scholarships that you all are talking about for young people. Free education, NHI. There's so much we could have done with that money. Yes, well, are we doing? Yes, agree. But we are doing it because we are prudent managers. We have good people, and we listen to the experts. We don't know everything. I'm the first to tell you I don't know everything, but I listen to the experts. But you know what we have over here, apart from smarts? Common sense. That wasn't common in the previous government. There's so much that we could have done with this 600 million. And not because of sheer incompetence and hubris and arrogance of the UDP government, the people of this country have to pay $30 million to Social Security. Madam Speaker, in light of all the facts before us, I really look forward to an unanimous support on both sides of this House to be able to pay Social Security and give back the people, the workers of this country, back their money. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to facilitate the implementation of the terms of deed of settlement between the Government of Belize and the Social Security Board to settle and to set off certain debt obligations as between them that remain outstanding subsequent to Government of Belize's 2009 and 2011 compulsory acquisition and reacquisition Sunshine Holdings Limited, as well as the shares owned by Sunshine Holdings Limited in Belize Telecommunications Limited for the BTL Employees Trust, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I speak to both the Financial Services Commission Amendment and the Securities Industry Amendment Bill. Madam Speaker, I'll join them together as one because they're both related. And Madam Speaker, this basically is this to be able to regulate the securities markets to ensure that there's fairness, transparency, and investor protection. However, the challenges have emerged at the appeal process, particularly with the role of the Chief Justice in appointing the chairperson of the appeals board, which would be through the Financial Services Commission. The proposed amendments, they seek to address these issues and to streamline the appeals process. The current reference to the appeals board under the Domestic Banks and Financial Institute Act has proven problematic as it limits the scope of appeals to matters related to the Domestic Bank and Financial Institution Act. So we propose eliminating this reference and instead using the appeals panel established under the Financial Services Commission Act. This will broaden the pool of eligible candidates for the chairperson role, ensuring timely and effective appeals. A transitional provision will ensure that any appeals initiated under the previous framework will continue unaffected. This ensures continuity and clarity for all parties involved. These amendments are necessary to ensure a more efficient and effective appeal process under the Securities Act and the Financial Services Commission Act. So I urge members of this Honorable House to support these changes that will strengthen our regulatory framework and foster greater confidence in Belize's security market.
Honorable members, those bills are referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an Act to amend the Financial Services Commission Act, Act number 8 of 2023, to provide for the chairperson of the appeal panel to be the Chief Justice or Judge of the High, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Bill for an Act to amend the Securities Industry Act, Act number 46 of 2021, to provide for appeals of decisions of the Commission to be made to the appeal panel under the Financial Services Commission Act, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Prime Minister, may I ask, using Standing Order 91, given that we do have the young children with us, if we could move up the marriage bill for the introduction? Thank you. Thank you, members. So
Members, good afternoon. I rise, Madam Speaker, to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Marriage Act, Chapter 174 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to increase the age of marriage to 18 years, to remove provisions for consent to marriage of infants to be given by parents or guardians, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. This bill, of course, Madam Speaker, has the recommendation of Cabinet, and I won't be too long on the introduction of the bill this afternoon, Madam Speaker, but it really is a bill whose time has really absolutely come. And I stand here proudly this afternoon, and humbly also, Madam Speaker, to acknowledge the youth parliamentarians of last November who voted in their youth parliament overwhelmingly to raise the marriage age to 18 across the board without exceptions, so that if you're 16 or 17 with parental consent, you still can't get married. And Madam Speaker, I believe, I speak for myself now, that nobody under 18 should be allowed to sign a contract. I remember when we spoke in the consultations a little earlier this year, Madam Speaker, I said that you are married not because you go to church, but because you actually sign a contract. Let me take this opportunity, Madam Speaker, briefly, to first and foremost acknowledge the two youth parliamentarian representatives who have joined us since morning. Miss Alyssa Bell, please acknowledge her. And I'm exceedingly proud, Madam Speaker, to say that Miss Alyssa was the Minister of Human Development, Families and Indigenous Peoples Affairs in the Youth Parliament. Very proud of her. I also wish to acknowledge Youth Parliamentarian Gabrielle Cal. Thank you, Gabrielle. Thank you so very much. Ms. Shakira Sutherland is here, the Executive Director at our National Commission for Families and Children. We acknowledge also Program Coordinator of UNICEF, Ms. Nasa. Thank you for joining us. And of course, our Chair of the National Commission for Families and Children, Ms. Maria Elena Contreras. And of course, we are also joined today, Madam Speaker, by Chair of the National Women's Commission, Ms. Tea Garcia Ramirez. Madam Speaker, it's a proud moment, and I can safely say to the House of Representatives this afternoon and to the country that this bill has had tremendous acclamation and support, even from all the church leaders who attended the consultation at the Princess Hotel a month or two ago. I can recall personally Bishop Philip Wright, yes, God rest those who are in peace, no, yes. Bishop Philip Wright, We had Pastor Louis Wade, we had Miss Maria Zabane, we had Reverend Scott Giuliani, we had the gentleman from the Salvation Army, and we also had the gentleman from the Taiwanese Evangelical Church joining us for the consultation on that particular day, Madam Speaker, and giving full support to this bill. I must also take this opportunity to especially acknowledge Her Excellency Special Envoy Rosana Briceño, who played a seminal role in getting us to this point, Madam Speaker, and I really do ask us to give her some acknowledgement this afternoon. The Office of the Special Envoy, the National Commission for Families and Children, the National Women's Commission, all our offices and officers at the Ministry of Human Development, and I can say that there were consultations throughout the country, and again, I acknowledge all those who have taken part. Madam Speaker, I won't go into all the reasons why this is a good thing to do today, but one of the major points that I would simply like to acknowledge at this point, Madam Speaker, is that youth marriages and early unions only serve to perpetuate a cycle of poverty. We can speak on it more at the next reading, Madam Speaker, but I only ask for us this afternoon to support this when the time comes at second and third reading, and there has been strong consensus across Belize in favor of this bill. Ending child marriages and early unions will have a positive multiplier effect on promoting all the 5 strategies in our national gender policy to achieve gender equity and equality, and especially Sustainable Development Goal number 5, because it is girls more than boys who suffer the greatest when there are 2 early unions or youth marriages. And so I proudly and humbly, Madam Speaker, introduce this bill, and once again, I ask us to acknowledge all our visitors this afternoon who have played such an important role. I so move the first reading, Madam Speaker.
Honourable members, that bill is referred to the Health and Human Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an Act to amend the Marriage Act, Chapter 174 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to increase the age of marriage to 18 years, to remove provisions for consent to marriage of infants to be given by parents or guardians, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, for now on the Income and Business Tax Amendment Bill.
Madam Speaker, I seek your indulgence to introduce all in one the Income and Business Tax Amendment Bill 2024, the Tax Administration and Procedure Amendment Bill 2024, the General Sales Tax Amendment Bill 2024, and the Stamp Duties Amendment Bill 2024, all as one. Bill for an Act to amend the Income and Business Tax Act, Chapter 55, the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to exempt certain employed individuals from chargeability or to income tax, to remove income tax deduction anomalies, to remove the tax on interest income on time deposits, to apply double taxation treaty relief provisions to all treaty countries, not just Commonwealth countries, to encourage UK pensioners to reside in Belize, to regularize withholding of tax on gross contract payments, to incentivize private sector support for sports and educational development in Belize, to make clarifying amendments and to provide for matters connected herewith or incidental to. The bill for an act to amend the Tax Administration and Procedure Act, Chapter 51 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to improve tax administration and enhance tax compliance, to enhance electronic tax invoicing, to make clarifying amendments and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to. A bill for an act to amend the General Sales Tax Act, Chapter 63 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to enable electronic tax invoicing, to make clarifying amendments, and to provide for matter connected therewith or incidental to thereto. And fourthly, a bill for an act to amend the Stamp Duties Act, Chapter 64 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to exempt certain instruments from stamp duty, to make clarifying amendments, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to. Madam Speaker, our government, my government, has embarked on a comprehensive tax reform exercise. As a part of this effort, I'm proposing to, as I said, to table these 4 bills: the Income and Business Tax Amendment Bill, the General Sales Tax, Stamp Duties, and the Tax Administration and Procedure Amendment Bill. This tax reform exercise undertaken by my government, it in itself forms a part of a broader policy objective to bring benefits and enable opportunities directly to the Belizean people. From the onset of this administration, we have been hard at work in encouraging and supporting the private sector, both the employer and the employed. In the case of the employer, while we have created incentives for large-scale investors to invest in Belize, we have targeted especially small businesses or MSMEs for support. We passed a new fiscal incentive law which provides extensive tax concessions to incentivize small businesses to join the formal sector and gain access to affordable credit from financial institutions. To that end, we have been able to secure substantial financing, including concessionary financing for the DFC, the $20 million that we just approved earlier today, for their on lending and or co-financing to small business, including small farmers, fisher folks, tour operators, and other tourism service providers. This includes the $30 million from the IDB, $10 million from Taiwan's ICDF, $56 million from CDB, $50 million from the World Bank, and even a $77.6 million from the Green Climate Fund. All of this money during our time we have made available to meet this goal. Female small business entrepreneurs have been an important beneficiary group, receiving over 70%. Listen, 70% have never been done before in this country. They have been receiving over 70% of all MSME loans. It's an incredible thing that we're making this available, targeting women who have always been at a disadvantage. Over 320 fisher folk has also benefited from over $2 million in loans. In the case of the employee, we prioritize the most income vulnerable workers. On the 1st of January 2023, in spite of the naysayers, we raised the minimum wage by almost 50% to $5 an hour, directly increasing the take-home to almost 40,000 workers. Can you imagine that? 40,000 people workers get a pay raise just by raising the minimum wage. Moreover, the increase of minimum wage did not lead to increased unemployment. When they were saying, oh, we have to fire people, we can't afford it, what has happened? Like I said, a rising tide rises all boats. When you raise to $5, those that people are getting $5, they really have to go up. And that right now, level entry working, we're talking about $8 or $9 an hour. So everybody have been benefiting. I just still can't understand how the opposition could come on here and say they're not benefiting from the work we're doing. No, inflation is another matter. That's worldwide. That's not only Belize. The entire world have to deal with inflation. In fact, since 2023, we have maintained a historically low unemployment rate of 3%, from a peak of 13.7% in September 2020. Even the underemployment rate, listen to this, is at an all-time low, falling from 23.6% in September of 2020 to 2.5% this year, in April of this year. All of these people that could not get enough work hours for the month, for the week, now are working. That's something incredible. I could see us smirking in your face, but go out there and listen. Look at what people are talking to you. Now, mind you, am I saying now that these people are millionaires? Of course not. Am I saying that they should not get more money? Of course not. Of course they need to get more. And that's what we're doing here today with what we do work. But nobody could dispute the fact that today more people are working. Nobody could dispute the fact that today people are earning more than October, November of 2020. This is the fact. And nobody could dispute the fact that women are getting more loans for their small businesses than ever before under this government. And young people and young men. This is what we've been doing quietly, Madam Speaker. It's a transformation that has been taking place in this country. We have more work to do? Of course, we have a lot more work to do. But look at what we're doing and be a part of it. Join me, work together. Because when we do that, then the whole country benefits from that. Now, these tax reforms, Madam Speaker, these tax reform bills which I'm tabling here today, now speaks especially to the next rung of the employment ladder. Those hard-working, tax-paying Belizeans struggling to make ends meet. And we recognize that many of them are struggling. In the Income and Business Tax Amendment Bill is particularly relevant to this, that we're targeting a special group that we believe needs the most help. One of the most significant proposed amendments in this bill is to increase the $20,000 threshold below which no income are payable. Specifically, what we're doing now, we're increasing it to $29,000. So with this amendment, nobody that's earning under $29,000 will be required to pay income tax. When you look at the 2023 figures, and I remember back when the UDP, I think it was 2009 or 2010, and made the amendments. Oh, we said we're going to increase the threshold to 26,000. They tell you. But what they never tell you, that once you hit that, you start to pay tax at 20,000. So it's at 19,600. Then we are charade. And I remember pointing it out in the National Assembly. I worked several scenarios to show the then government that what you're doing, you're increasing the tax. You're not reducing the tax. I showed in some instances that when you get a pay raise, the raise that you get will be less than the tax that you'll have to pay. But they know everything. They know everything, so you could talk to them. So, Madam Speaker, what we're doing now, that using the 2023 figures, starting from 29,000 below, you don't pay tax. And I know you answer, we want to go to 50,000. Of course, we want to give 50,000. If we could get rid of the PAY, we'd get rid of it. And that's our goal sometime in the future. But we have to do it responsibly, in phases, as we continue to increase and grow the economy and improve our tax collection. So we're being responsible. This means, Madam Speaker, using the 2023 figures, that this amendment, an additional 2,851 employed individuals will no longer be subject to tax. These people will be taking home another $2.6 million increase in their take-home pay, or an average of $900 increase in net take-home pay per worker. That our pay raise, $900. Equally significant is the proposed amendment to adjust the deduction for employee income tax. The anomaly, as I mentioned, of employees' net take-home pay falling as a result of a salary increase due to the differing income tax deduction level is wholly unjust. We pointed it out back then in 2010, I think, when they made the amendments. But they know everything. They don't listen. So it is proposed to remove this anomaly so that in no instance will an employed person take home less pay when his or her salary is increased. Exactly. That, a lot of workers, employers had to do. They had to pay them under the table, give them cash. Because the workers say, I don't take one pay raise if I have to pay more tax. So what does the employer do to try to keep them? They try to give them cash on the side and say, all right, CTS, you have to pay. Then think wrong, man. We need to fix it, and that's exactly what we're doing right now. So by introducing a varying tax credit, no less than 2,179 employed persons will benefit from a higher net take-home pay, cumulatively adding to over $2.5 million, Madam Speaker, to an average of $1,150 increase for them to take home per worker. Just this up. Altogether, over $5 million more will be placed directly into the pockets of over 5,000 hard-working Belizeans who will now enjoy an average increase in net take-home pay of over $1,000, many of whom I suspect will be public officers. Other amendments to the Income and Business Tax Act include one, addressing the issue with a contract tax so that the taxpayer who files at 1.75% do not remain in a credit position. Two, you're going to encourage pensioners to retire in Belize under the Retired Persons Incentive Act, an amendment that will provide for such qualified retired persons who resides in Belize to elect to pay tax in Belize on all or part of their pension derived from the United Kingdom at a rate of 2% income tax. Three, to encourage the private sector sponsorship and contributions to sports and educational development in Belize. It is proposed to establish a business tax credit equivalent to up to $30,000 or 1% of the tax liability, whichever is lesser, of a taxpayer donor for such donations. Again, this was removed when Mr. Barrow was saying, oh, we give income tax relief. They removed that. So they removed any incentive for the private sector to be able to donate to sports and education. So here we are now trying to give that opportunity back. And despite all of that, there's still a lot of businesses that have been donating to the for sports and for education. But I believe that we need to encourage them to give and do even more where it is possible. Four, a number of clarifying amendments will also be introduced, including a clarification on the applicable tax of the DPAs. That is a 3% corporate income tax on its profits. On the General Sales Tax Amendment Bill, it generally focuses on enabling electronic GST invoicing, which is expected to be implemented towards the end of next year. At the same time, it also introduces numerous clarifying amendments. Of particular significance among these is the clarification that the exemption from general sales tax applies not only to sales of residential premises, like homes or condos, but also to lots to be used for residential purposes. This is what did you try to do? It's important to listen. It could not be fair that a first-time property owner of $30,000 of a $30,000 lot should be subject to pay GST. Again, these are for the small people, my boy. We help them. Those you buy one lot with less than 30%, $30,000, you're going to be exempted from GST. When you have people that buy $1 million condo, they have been exempted. So it's just right that we fix this. This is what we were elected about, to help the small people. And so this is what we're doing. Thank you. But I want you to vote in favor of it. The tax administration... Yeah, vote for anything right now. The Tax Administration and Procedure Amendment Bill similarly seeks to enable electronic GST invoicing. It also empowers the Director General to waive both penalties and interest. This is effectively already done in practice, although strictly speaking and legally, the power does not reside in the Director General's hands. It also seeks to improve tax administration and enhance tax compliance by, among other things, providing for administrative penalties to be ordered. Finally, in the Stamp Duties Amendment Bill, it seeks to introduce a number of important amendments in the interest of fairness and equity for the more financially challenged and with a view to stimulate and enhance commercial activity. These include as follows. 1, the exemption from stamp duty of mortgages, assignments, and cancellations of mortgages securing a sum of no more than $100,000. Again, this is for the middle class. So I say we want to remove any taxes on them with the cancellation of mortgages. You know, many of them, they pay the loan and then afterwards they realize that they still have cancellation that they have to pay. So we're saying that any mortgage of up to $100,000, they will not, they will not be required to be paying any taxes. In the case of such instruments, securing the sums of excess, therefore, the current applicable rates of stamp duty on such instruments will only apply to the relevant sums in excess of $100,000. So you only have to pay tax over $100,000, Madam Speaker. These adjustments are intended to support intended homeowners and small farmers. It will reduce the cost of doing business, reduce the cost of financing for personal, residential, and commercial purposes, and will be complementary to the efforts of the central bank to get the banks to reduce repayment penalties. These adjustments will minimize the barrier to mobility of mortgages, which will in turn incentivize banks to compete more on lending rates. Since you don't have to be paying these taxes if you want to move your loan from one bank to the next, because what the bank would do, one bank would give you the money to pay off Bank B, Bank A, but you have to pay the tax. Now that so most people don't do it because it comes out too expensive. By us removing that, now it will also require more competition amongst the banks to ensure that they don't lose that client with the loan that they have. Secondly, Madam Speaker, the exemption from stamp duty of transfer of property between companies where the beneficial owners of the transfer company and the transferee company are the same. Again, many instances, especially among families, and I'm sure that DPM get this every day, and myself, whereby I want to leave my property to my son, or to a family member, but they're telling you have to pay the tax. We are making sure we're working to exempt that from happening. Or in businesses, you have a company A, and then you restructure your company into company B, then this will allow you, because of the same owners, will give you the exemption from paying the stamp duties for the transfer of property. This provision supports the international financial services sector as it provides more flexibility in the use of a Belizean company as an investment holding company. 3, the exemption from stamp duty of transfers between immediate family members, a spouse, a common law, siblings, children, parents, from stamp duty. Again, there has been a clamor for an exemption from stamp duty of this nature, as I just mentioned, for many years, particularly since they are not commercial matters, but more in a nature of family planning. So you want to leave something for one of your children, you can do that now. And in many instances, because they don't want to pay the tax, they don't do anything. And then when the parent dies, then the family is at war as to who will get this thing. They fight up over it. And so with this instance now, because you don't have to pay the tax, the parent can immediately pass over whatever, or a son to the father, whosoever, they could be transferring these properties without having to pay stamp duty. Sorry? Oh. 4, the provision that in respect of the transfer of joint tenancy interest, only the portion of the interest transferred to a party other than transfer is subject to duty. Currently, there is an unjust application of stamp duty to the entirety of the transfer, even though only a portion of the interest is being transferred. So if we have this company, say it's worth $1 million, and I'm transferring my portion, if it's 50,000, they're required to pay on the whole amount. But we're saying no, all you have to pay tax is on the amount that you are transferring. The exemption from stamp duty also of agriculture and residential leases that are less than 2 years or in respect of whose rent is less than $2,000 per month from chargeability of stamp duty. 6, the exemption from stamp duty on the vesting of property of a beneficiary on the death of a foreign landowner. 7, the exemption from stamp duty of any dealings with property, including transfers, mortgages, or other security interests in respect of property to or from a real estate fund with a paid-up equity capital of no less than $10 million, the equivalent of capital requirements for domestic banks, are duly licensed or registered under the Securities Industry Act. This adjustment is proposed to attract institutional capital, primarily foreign direct investments from large pension funds and foreign real estate investment trusts, to invest in tourism, residential, commercial, and other real estate development projects in Belize. This provision would open the door to access to larger quantums of lower cost private capital. 8, the provision for different rates of tax on the transfer of shares of a Belizean company, 5% versus a foreign company, 7%. Transferring title to land in Belize to a foreign incorporated company allows for the ready avoidance or evasion of exchange control regulations, as well as taxes on future ownership transfers by moving the transactions to change future ownership offshore and beyond the scrutiny of local authorities. This provision will operate as a disincentive to hold land in Belize with foreign companies by reducing the cost of the future transfers, while at the same time promoting the use of Belizean companies and doing business in Belize. This will also have the likely effect of the re-domiciliation of many of these foreign landholding companies to Belize. Madam Speaker, this suite of tax reforms are long overdue. The benefits they bring will be well deserved by the targeted beneficiaries, including the hard-working employed, our small farmers, our low-rent tenants, and new intended property owners, and new intended homeowners, as well as sports and education. They also support key priorities, including the financial services, tourism, and BPO sectors, two sectors that are integrally connected to residential and commercial real estate development. With a multitude of benefits from these tax reforms provided to the people of Belize, I proudly submit these bills to this honorable House, and I look forward to the full support of its members. Madam Speaker, the Income and Business Tax Amendment Bill, the General Sales Amendment Bill, the Stamp Duties Amendment Bill, and the Tax Administration and Procedure Amendment Bill all have the recommendation of the Cabinet. Thank you.
Honorable members, those bills are referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to amend the Income and Business Tax Act, Chapter 55 of the Substantive Laws of Belize. Bill for an act to amend the Tax Administration and Procedure Act, Chapter 51 of the Substantive Laws of Belize. Bill for an act to amend the Sales Tax Act, Chapter 63 of the Substantive Laws of Belize. And the Bill for an act to amend the Stamp Duties Act, Chapter 64 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, this is the Business Names Amendment Bill. I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Business Names Act, Chapter 247 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and to make a certificate of registration valid for 1 year, to make clarifying amendments, and to provide for matters connected therewith. Madam Speaker, what we're trying to do here is to improve the accuracy and the efficiency of our business registry. Since the first business name was registered in the 18th of August of 1951, over 42 business names have been added. Many of these businesses are now inactive, so the registry is cluttered with a lot of these inactive accounts. So this is complicating our efforts to maintain a reliable records of active enterprises. We are focusing on two key challenges in these amendments. One, reducing the validity period of the certificate of registration from the current time frame to 1 year. Two, to issue a detailed extract upon renewal rather than reissuing a certificate. These changes are necessary to streamline processes at the Belize companies and the Corporate Affairs Registrar of the BCAR, and ensure that our registry reflects only active businesses. Maintaining an accurate registry is vital to Belize's compliance with international standards set out by the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, the OECD, and the Financial Action Task Force, the FATF. Madam Speaker, the Financial Services Commission, which is charged with the management and operation of our business registry, is committed to meeting these standards. An updated business registry enhances our system's integrity and builds trust in our economy, creating a more reliable resource of all stakeholders. By requiring annual renewals, we can effectively eliminate businesses that fail to remain active, which in turn preserves the registry's integrity. This also benefits financial institutions that can rely on accurate business information. Upon renewal, businesses will no longer receive a new certificate, but a detailed extract generated by the OBR. This extract will include a QR code linked to the OBRS system, following for real-time verification of the business's status. This approach mirrors the annual return process under the Belize Companies Act, reducing administrative burdens and enhancing accessibility. Madam Speaker, these amendments are not merely administrative. They are essential for enhancing the accuracy of our business registry, promoting active participation in our economy, and aligning with international standards. We promise to make doing business easier, and this is one more adjustment that will do so. So therefore, Madam Speaker, I urge all members of this Honorable House to support this critical initiative for the benefit of our businesses, our economy, and our community. Thank you.
All members, that bill is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to amend the Business Names Act, Chapter 247 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to make a certificate of registration valid for 1 year, to make clarifying amendments, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce. I'm going straight to it. I rise to introduce amendment to the Designated Processing Areas Bill. As has become standard practice of this government, we endeavor to enhance the business environment and ensure that we foster the growth of businesses that create employment and generate exports. After extensive deliberations and consultations with stakeholders, we are introducing amendments to the Designated Processing Areas, or the DPA Act. We are convinced that these amendments will result in the following. One, the continued development of the global digital services sector, which is a rebranding and upscale of business process outsourcing or the BPO sector. Second, to incentivize and further support of the aquaculture sector. And third, to establish a special border entertainment zone. This will allow for the establishment of a special border entertainment zone at the Belize-Mexico border. More specific, this would be the area where the casinos at the northern Belize border with Mexico are located. The objective is to leverage on the success in attracting foreign tourists from Mexico by these casinos in the area to develop and promote other entertainment and recreational activities, and in so doing attract more tourists. Some of the added attractions we would wish to see there include bowling alleys, hotels, conference centers, concert venues, food courts, dance halls, spas, water parks, restaurants, events such as concerts, sporting events, festivals, competitions, sporting games, gaming, fashion shows, international transportation hubs, and so on. The new Mexican train line called Tren Maya will soon pass just a couple of minutes away from this area, which allow Belize multimodal transport access to passengers and cargo from Belize. And I must say we are in constant discussions with Mexico to bring the Tren Maya to have a stop right now, right at the border, before we study how we can get it all the way to Tikal, working along with Guatemala and Mexico. So we need to plan to take advantage of these developments. So such an initiative will also complement entertainment and recreational services offered at the border area, and will be beneficial to the entire Corozal district and southern Quintana Roo. These DPA amendments aim to continue assisting the main growth sectors of the business processing outsourcing, BPOs, being upgraded to the global digital services and the aquaculture sector. One of the main amendments aim to incentivize the BPO sector to transition into higher tier services of the global digital services. It will allow companies in the sector to, one, have a daycare facilities in their DPA designed areas to increase productivity. 2, transport vehicle for its workers. 3, to continue the work from home program by allowing the lending of duty-free items to any individual working for the company. 4, receive duty-free benefits for goods used as samples for the purpose of marketing or promotion. Many companies in the sector engage in the sale of goods that the agent needs to be acquainted with to promote to potential clients. You know, all of them vacuum cleaners and all kind of other products. I remember going to visit one and see they have a whole room of a lot of different equipment. Five, the expansion to occur through a legal arrangement that would give clearance almost immediately to expand designation when expansion of seats is needed due to the offering of new campaigns to foreign clients. And 6, establish a cybercrime working group for the sector. The aquaculture sector needs assistance to ensure its survival due to the early mortality syndrome, EMS. After consulting and receiving requests from the Shrimp Growers Association, the government will support the sector with the following. 1, reduction of the industrial roof space fee by 50%. And 2, allowed usage of fuel for tractors used to aerate and transport equipment and goods within the designated area. And 3, duty exemption of transport vehicles for its workers. The DPA program will have other amendments offered to all its beneficiaries. Madam Speaker, I look forward to the unanimous support of this initiative, which will bring much needed development, not just to the North, but to the entire nation. Thank you.
Honourable members, that bill is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to amend the Designated Processing Areas Act, Chapter 280 of the Laws of Belize, to to accommodate the continued development of the global digital services sector, to incentivize and further support the aquaculture sector, to establish a special border entertainment zone, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Recognize the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs, Foreign Trade, Education, Culture, Science, and Technology.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the National Culture and History Act, Chapter 331 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to strengthen the power of the National Institute of Culture and History to protect and preserve resources in reserves, to standardize the definition of minister throughout the Act, to provide stricter penalties for offences, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet. Very quickly, Madam Speaker, this really has 5 objectives. One is really cleaning up the Act, definitions, roles, responsibilities, some things that have been pending for many, many years. So cleaning up is an important objective of this amendment bill. 2 is we want to provide for an easier way of notices and amendments by gazette that makes it much more effective, much more efficient. So amendments. 3rd, increased penalties and fees. And this bill significantly increases penalties and fees, really to reflect the value and importance of our cultural heritage. We talk about it all the time. We have over the years, we've had a number of examples of destruction of sites and archaeological reserves and monuments. Everybody remembers the famous Namul incident in 2013. I think that's a good example of what we're trying to address. I think at the end of that whole thing, the damages assessed to that monument, which is really, there's no value you can really place on these things. But when they did an assessment, it was close to $1 million worth of damages to that monument. And I think the fees and fines, when they totaled it up, was like $16,000. Those were the fees and fines under the law that were payable. So that's the kind of thing we have to address. And so this bill seeks to address that issue, increase penalties and fees in specific areas for damages, penalties and fines. So there are significant increases. I think there's in one case where the current fine is like $5,000, it goes to $100,000 or so. And for companies and so, obviously there are, it has to be legally established. There has to be a legal process that's followed, so due process, and legal responsibility has to be demonstrated. So that's one of the objectives. Another objective is to deal with squatting. It's an issue that has come up over the past probably 10 years or so. Prohibition against squatting on archaeological reserves. We've had a few challenges with that. I think the 2 most prominent ones that I can remember are the ATM caves, where somebody cleared 5 acres of land on that site, on that reserve, cleared it and put up structures on it. And then there was another incident, I think, with the Tapper Mountain Nature Reserve, where somebody gone in there and cleared 8 acres of land. And again, we're building structures on the reserve. And so under the Niche Act is silent on that issue. We have to put into the Act some legal authority to respond to these acts where people are squatting on land. So, that is one of the things the Act seeks to do. And then finally, the last objective is to give the Institute of Archaeology, NICH, the power to enter into co-management agreements. We have a number of sites that where you work with other stakeholders. You have a number of caves, sinkholes, for example, that require better regulation, better management, that can provide revenue generation if we enter into some sort of co-management agreement. So in specific areas, under specific conditions, terms and conditions, that will provide for that to take place, as is done with many other reserves in the country. So those are really the 5 primary objectives, Madam Speaker. And of course, we'll have an opportunity to debate the bill when it comes up for second reading, and I'll be happy to clarify anything at that time. So I thank you.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Tourism, Archaeology and Information Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to amend the National Culture and History Act, Chapter 331 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to strengthen the power of the National Institute of Culture and History to protect and preserve resources in reserves, to standardize the definition of minister throughout the Act, to provide stricter penalties for offense, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Madam Speaker, this is the Carl Hirschner Memorial Hospital Authority Amendment Bill 2024. Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Carl Hirschner Memorial Hospital Authority Act, Chapter 38 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for independent union membership on the Board of Governors and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet. Just very briefly, Madam Speaker, what we are trying to achieve here, this bill is to allow for the Board of Governors to have a composition of members that are objective and that no conflict of interest exists among the Carl Hirschner Memorial Hospital Authority and its board members, so that the work of the board can be effective. I am sure, Madam Speaker, that when the bill comes back for second reading and debate, we will be able to provide more details after it comes back from the committees. Thank you.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Public Service, Labor, Industry and Trade Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to amend the Carl Hirschner Memorial Hospital Authority Act, Chapter 38 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for independent union membership on the Board of Governors and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Motions relating to the business or sittings of the House.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I move that as is rising today, the House adjourn to a date to be fixed by the Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that the House that it's rising today adjourn to a date to be fixed by the Speaker. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Announcement by the Speaker.
Honorable members, before I get into the formal announcement, I am obliged to correct some statistics provided this morning. You will recall in my statement or in my announcement, I referred to the previous session as 2015 to 2019. It was 2015 to 2020, and that's the 12th session. And the statistics at the end of the last House meeting in 2020 for that session, number of House meetings were 43, but number of meetings, because you know there's a tendency sometimes to have meetings carry over, especially around budget time, was actually 47 that the staff had to prepare for. In 2020 to 2024 to date, which is the 13th session, there are 39 House meetings, and that statistics will be updated when this session expires. The number of meetings already as of to date is at 43, and those are those meetings that include the carryover, particularly for budget, either from 2 days to 3 days each year. It is important, members, that I correct the data because as the Speaker, I'm responsible not to provide misinformation or wrong information. And it's important that the data presented to members as well as the public are accurate and can be trusted. However, it does underscore the strain that the limited staff is under. And one of the efforts that we are trying to put in place is to collate and collect statistics of the House meetings for the House of Representatives. There are many other statistics that we're working on, and we'll be sure to update the House on that before the end of the year. Again, I sincerely apologize. It was not intentional, and I'm so very grateful that we caught the error before the end of the day. Honorable members, it has been agreed that the Caribbean Development Bank 9th Consolidated Line of Credit for the Development Finance Corporation Loan and Guarantee Motion 2024 and the resolution recommending the appointment of a person to act as Auditor General Motion 2024 be passed this day. As you are well aware, under Standing Order number 74, all proposed legislation, messages, petitions, motions, and other matters relating to the subject mentioned under the title of each standing committee shall be referred by the House to such committee for examination, consideration, and report to the House. The way for this to be done, other than by suspension of standing order, is for me to suspend the sitting to enable the Finance and Economic Development Committee and the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee to examine, consider, and report to the House on the motions. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. The sitting is therefore suspended until the Finance and Economic Development Committee and the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee have concluded their business.
Presentation of reports from select committees.
I recognize the Honorable Chairperson of the Finance and Economic Development Committee.
Madam Speaker, I rise to lay on the table sessional paper number HR 276/1/13, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the CDB 9th Consolidated Line of Credit for the Development Finance Corporation Loan and Guarantee Motion 2024. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honorable Chairperson of the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee.
Madam Speaker, I rise to lay on the table sessional paper HR 277/1/13, report from the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee on the resolution recommending the appointment of a person to act as Auditor General, General Motion 2024. Thank you.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table.
Public business, government business motions.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, with your permission not to repeat the recitals, I move, now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that this loan to the DFC would contribute to the social and productive sectors of Belize and impact poverty reduction by providing greater access to funding for the key targeted sectors of the economy. One, approves that DFC may borrow the said sum of $20 million US dollars from the Caribbean Development Bank on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Board of Directors of the DFC to execute and deliver the loan agreement and other associated documents. Two, approves that all principal, interest, fees, premiums, and other charges under the loan shall be tax, fee, duty, or charge exempt as provided for in the loan and guarantee agreements. And three, further approves and confirms that the government may enter into a guarantee agreement with the Caribbean Development Bank on terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said guarantee agreement and all documents associated therewith.
Honorable members, the question is now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that this loan to the DFC would contribute to the social and productive sectors of Belize and impact poverty reduction by providing greater access to funding for key targeted sectors of the economy. One, approves that the DFC may borrow the said sum of $20 million United States dollars from the Caribbean Development Bank on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Board of Directors of the DFC to execute and deliver the loan agreement and other associated documents. Two, approves that all principal, interest, fees, premiums, and other charges under the loan shall be tax, fee, duty, or charge exempt as provided for in the loan and guarantee agreements. And three, further approves and confirms that the government may enter into a guarantee agreement with the Caribbean Development Bank on terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said agreement and all documents associated therewith. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance.
With your permission not to repeat the recitals, I move, now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House recommends that Ms. Maria Rodriguez be appointed to act as Auditor General for a period of 4 months with effect from 1st day of September 2024.
Honorable members, the question is now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House recommends that Ms. Maria Rodriguez be appointed to act as Auditor General for a period of 4 months with effect from 1st day of September 2024. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bills for second reading.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, this is the Customs and Excise Duties Amendment Number 2 Bill 2024. Madam Speaker, I move that the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Customs and Excise Duties Act, Chapter 48, the Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to vary the rate of the duty for diesel oils, to provide for a new subheading for diesel oils, to increase the list of items subject to excise duty, and to provide for matters connected herewith or incidental to. Madam Speaker, in the introduction, I have given a fairly lengthy explanation of what we're doing. But basically what we do is to ensure that whatever diesel oils that come in, you have different categories. Now, like they have for instance, the biodiesel, and they have no diesel with less sulfur. We want to ensure that that all of them pay the same rate of duty to ensure that we can have fair competition. And I urge the support of all members of the House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize Leader of Opposition, Member for Mesopotamia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You can't make up your mind, Honorable Prime Minister. You want a strong opposition, but then when I get up to give my contribution, you're the rail up. This is my job. I agree with you that we should increase the salary, but this is the job that we have to do. This is what we have to do. No, you need to hear what the people have to say. The farmers are not very happy with you when it comes to this diesel tax. Please. Madam Speaker, the irony is that we heard much talk earlier about conservation, the blue bond, and in this instance, you would think that this is a government that wants cleaner and greener. And so why would you be taxing biodiesel, which leads to cleaner and greener? You should be trying to incentivize people to be cleaner and greener, Madam Speaker. This proposed bill by the government to introduce a new tax on biodiesel represents a troubling shift in policy that will have far-reaching negative consequences for specifically the agricultural business productivity sector, Madam Speaker. By opposing this new tax, the government is effectively penalizing farmers, truckers, and producers who have invested in biodiesel technology, undermining their efforts to transition to greener and cheaper energy solutions. Makes absolutely no sense. This tax not only threatens the viability of biodiesel production, but also jeopardizes the productive sector. We have to bear in mind that the cost of fuel has never been higher. The Prime Minister talks about world market prices and how when they went down, the Barrow administration was still charging higher percentages. The world market, when it comes to fuel costs, has drastically reduced, Madam Speaker, yet we see no market reduction in the cost of diesel. So the farmers, the agro-productive sector have been innovative. In particular, the Mennonite community are one of the peoples that are known for this biodiesel production. And what happens is they have been cost saving by using the biodiesel, whether it's freight, transportation, other types of activities in the agro-productive sector that leads to less costs to consumers for different products, Madam Speaker. So certain communities, certain business people in the agro-productive sector and other sectors have found ways to get around the highest cost of fuel ever, in particular with the diesel as well. And that has led to benefits for them and the consumers. But now you have, I understand, Port Saul, some donors, some cronies complaining that this practice is undercutting their business. And that is why they're trying to put a stop to this, Madam Speaker. Farmers rely on biodiesel, Madam Speaker, to power their machinery at lower costs, and increased taxation will lead to higher operational expenses, which will ultimately be handed down to the day-to-day people that the Briceño administration claims to care so much about. So the irony, the conflict, the contradiction is they care about conservation, they care about the blue bond, but they don't care about cleaner and greener. I really am at a loss for words, Madam Speaker. In light of the recent drops in world market oil prices, the government has not and really should reconsider its approach to diesel pricing. Lowering diesel prices in tandem with the removal of the biodiesel tax would create a more equitable environment for all producers, regardless of their energy source. A level playing field would allow biodiesel to compete fairly with traditional diesel, incentivizing farmers to continue adopting renewable energy solutions without the fear of punitive taxation. This would not only support the agricultural productivity, but also align with global trends towards sustainable energy practices, which is what this government claims to be all about. Got $75 million from the Saudis to engage in these sustainable energy practices, Madam Speaker. It is essential for the government of Belize to remember that it came to power on a platform that promised lower fuel prices. The introduction of a tax on biodiesel contradicts this commitment and risks alienating the very constituents who supported these promises, Madam Speaker. By prioritizing the interests of the agricultural sector and the environment, the government can honor its electoral pledges while promoting economic growth and sustainability, Madam Speaker. It is time that the government keep fast to its word, Madam Speaker. The government promised that it would not have any new taxes. This is a new tax. Why would we be taxing a population that is already burdened by the highest cost of fuel, which has led to the highest cost of living ever, Madam Speaker? This is not the solution. The solution should be lowering the cost of fuel, especially for the agricultural sector that would benefit the people of Belize, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Speaker, respectfully, I'll not waste my time. This gentleman really don't understand what we're trying to do here. So, Madam Speaker, I ask the support from both sides of the House. Thank you.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Customs and Excise Duties Act, Chapter 48 of the Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to vary the rate of duty for diesel oils, to provide for a new subheading for diesel oils, to increase the list of items subject to excise duty, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Customs and Excise Duties Act, Chapter 48 of the Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to vary the rate of duty for diesel oils, to provide for a new subheading for diesel oils, to increase the list of items subject to excise duty, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, this is the Movable Property Security Rights Bill 2024. I move the second reading for a bill for an act to facilitate the use of movable property as collateral for credit facilities, to establish the Office of the Registrar of Security Rights, and to provide for registration of security rights in movable property and for related purposes, and to provide for matters connected therewith and thereto, incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, I went already through an explanation the last time, but just to remind people that especially small businesses, the MSMEs, they don't have the collateral of a building or or land and so forth. So basically what we're trying to do now, what we're doing now, and for them to be able to get financing, basically they have to go to the pawn shop, where they extort them with the price of interest that they have to pay. So by doing this now, we're setting up a registrar whereby these small businesses now can go and register their vehicle or the stock that they have and different assets that they may have that are movable. And so once it's registered, then that they can borrow on that. It's important to point out, Madam Speaker, and Minister of Education brought it up earlier this morning on the number of MSMEs in Belize. According to the Statistical Institute of Belize, MSMEs make over 90% of all the businesses, and they account roughly 50% of employment. These small little businesses employ over 50% of all the people in this country, and yet they are struggling to be able to get access to credit. So by implementing this law, Madam Speaker, the movable property securities rights, the bill into an act, it will open create a lot of opportunities for small businesses. And again, I urge the support of everyone. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Leader of Opposition, Member for
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The opposition fully supports anything that can be done to help the small business community, the MSMEs, and so we look forward to more legislation that would create environment for MSMEs to have access to financing and to be able to flourish and continue to drive our economy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to facilitate the use of movable property as collateral for credit facilities, to establish the Office of the Registrar of Security Rights, and to provide for the registration of security rights in movable property and for related purposes, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill to facilitate the use of movable property as collateral for credit facilities, to establish the Office of the Registrar of Security Rights, and to provide for the registration of security rights in movable property and for related purposes, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I move the second reading for a bill for an act to recognize and acknowledge the formation and existence of the Finance Belize Limited as a private sector entity, not for profit, limited by guarantee, without share capital and non-political, to promote Belize as a financial services center, to grant it exemption from all taxes, duties, and other imposts, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to. Madam Speaker, I've already explained earlier when we first introduced this bill, but it was held back in the House Committee because they wanted some clarification. The Finance believes what they're doing is that under the Financial Services Commission, they are charging a small fee that is put into a pool, and from that money is going to be used to be able to promote the more international services that we provide here in Belize. So far, it has been the government / the Financial Service Commission that would pay to do that. In other countries that have been having quite some success, what they've done, they've come up with this fee and they pass it on to a private group or to a group that belongs to the industry, so that they can go to these shows and to trade shows all over the world to try to continue to promote the work of Belize with these services that we provide, and also can do research to see what other new services we may be able to offer. But there was a little bit of, there was not enough clarity as to how this was going to set up. It was felt as if this is just money that's going to be given to a group and they can do as they wish without no sort of reporting mechanism and accountability of the monies that are going to be collected. And so the House Committee held it back to ensure that they can get more clarity, which is what they did after having meeting with members of the association. So what has been done now is that now the board is going to be set up by the Financial Services Commission. They are going to be selecting the members that are in the industry and meet the categories, the qualifications to be able to be on the board. and then the Ministry of Finance is going to appoint the chairman of of that committee, or the chair of that committee. And just as important, or maybe even more important, the monies that is used by Finance Belize now has to be audited yearly. And when the audit is finished, they'll pass it on to the Financial Services Commission, on to the Ministry of Finance, to Cabinet, and then it's going to be tabled in the House, all within a certain time, like within 3 months after the end of the audit. So in that sense, then, that this board would have to be able to account for every dollar that they get and how is it that it's spent, and so that everybody can see what is being done. Once that was done, then the House Committee felt that they can proceed now for us to have the second reading and hopefully third, and then pass it on into law. Again, I urge the support of everyone. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to recognise and acknowledge the formation and existence of Finance Belize Limited as a private sector entity not-for-profit limited by guarantee, without share capital and non-political, to promote Belize as a financial services centre, to grant an exemption from all taxes, duties and other imposts, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favour kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to recognize and acknowledge the formation and existence of Finance Belize Limited as a private sector entity, non-profit, not-for-profit, limited by guarantee, without share capital and non-political, to promote Belize as a financial services center, to grant it exemption from all taxes, duties and other imposts, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs, Foreign Trade, Education, Culture, Science and Technology.
Madam Speaker, this is the Criminal Records Bill 2024. I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Criminal Records Rehabilitation of Offenders Act, Act number 11 of 2024, to repeal and replace provisions relating to automatic expungement, to allow for the automatic expungement of any conviction for a first offense for possession of cannabis or cannabis resin, and a first offense for any COVID-19 related offense, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the member for Caribbean Shores.
Thanks, Madam Speaker, and good evening, colleagues. I know it's been a very long day, but I just wanted to, not really, I just wanted to rise to lend my support to this amendment, Madam Speaker, that will positively impact some 3,500 individuals. As you know, Madam Speaker, it is this administration's mandate to pass meaningful and impactful legislation and criminal justice reform acts. And this falls right in line with that, because I think we can all say that we have a friend or a family member who has been adversely affected by two pieces of legislation, namely the Misuse of Drugs Act when it comes to the possession of cannabis, and particularly in instances where the fine is under $1,000. There are many individuals who have one offense on their criminal record, and we know how absolutely debilitating that can be for an individual and affects their ability to find gainful employment. It affects their ability to get a license or get a visa even. And they have this cloud that follows them throughout their lifetime, even though they only have one criminal offense, and that minor criminal offense of possession. And as you know, Madam Speaker, in 2020, the last administration and our administration, due to the health crisis that we were facing with the COVID-19 pandemic, we were forced to introduce public health measures, safety measures, which resulted in various offenses. If you did not wear your mask, if you did not social distance, if you were in large gathering of over 10 people. And so we all know individuals who had to face the consequences of that. Again, it's 3,500 individuals who have that one conviction, that one minor blemish on their records. And so this administration, Madam Speaker, thought it extremely important that we make amendments to the legislation that would automatically expunge their criminal records. And not only that, but as the Honorable Member for Freetown mentioned, we will also be advocating to the Governor General under her discretion under the Summary Jurisdiction Offences Act for her to remit all those penalties, because even though we are expunging their records for cannabis possession and for COVID-related offenses, there still exists in the magistrates' courts outstanding fines that have been unpaid. And we know, again, that cloud that follows individuals with unpaid fines, because if it is that you cannot pay your fine, the result, of course, is committal and ending up in prison. And I think it was Kamala Harris that said nobody should be in jail for smoking weed. So that is, again, also this administration's position, that when it comes to possession of cannabis, nobody should bear that type of consequence of ending up in jail. And so this is a very progressive amendment that is being made, and I lend my full support to it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Leader of Opposition, Member for Mesopotamia.
Yes, Madam Speaker. I would be remiss as someone who has been involved in the criminal justice system as a 19-year-old youth that was in an unfortunate situation and maybe made some bad choices. So I know all about wanting a second chance. I know all about how one decision can change your life. And so I definitely support the government of Belize, this Briceño administration, in their criminal justice reform initiatives. I believe they're headed in the right direction. And I'd like to see more of a comprehensive look at people who have made mistakes, who have been involved in the criminal justice system, getting these types of opportunities. For instance, as I said, I speak from history. It was 26 years ago, 19, I'm going to be 46 in a couple weeks, and we see people still wanting to discriminate against me, still wanting to remind me of 26 years ago. So I'm happy to see that we have a government that is trying to right the wrongs and remove stigmas from people and give people the ability to integrate into society and function in society, because if you don't do that, you'll have people that will continue to commit crimes. As I always said, this is a great example of turning your life around, reforming, rehabilitating, and this is the message we should send to our society, that you are not condemned for life based on a decision that you may have made in a low point of your life. So I know that the Chief Justice is also engaged in a criminal justice reform agenda. So I do support this bill, and I do support the efforts of the government of Belize, and I would ask for more to look at all of the different examples of people who have gone, as again, I use myself as an example. I was arrested and charged and convicted once. I never arrested for anything one time in my life at 19 years old. So I'm sure there are other people in this country that have made one mistake and it has been 26 years, 10 years, 12 years, 15 years. And I believe that we should look at comprehensive criminal justice reform, because justice is not just paying your debt and the victims getting the due justice that they need, but then justice is also reform and rehabilitation, as this bill speaks to. So I hope that you continue in this direction, and I applaud the effort. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Collett.
Just to add, Madam Speaker, as a long-standing representative of the South Side, many of our young males especially, but females too, are very happy to see this kind of legislation coming forward. So on their behalf, I stand to give my full support to this bill as well. Thank you.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Criminal Records Rehabilitation of Offenders Act, Act number 11 of 2024, to repeal and replace provisions relating to the automatic expungement, to allow for the automatic expungement of any conviction for a first offense for possession of cannabis or cannabis resin and a first offense for any COVID-19 related offense, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Criminal Records Rehabilitation of Offenders Act, Act number 11 of 2024, to repeal and replace provisions relating to automatic expungement, to allow for the automatic expungement of any conviction for a first offense for possession of cannabis or cannabis resin and a first offense for any COVID-19 related offenses, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is the Misuse of Drugs Amendment Bill 2024, related to the Criminal Records Bill. I move the second reading of a bill for an act to repeal provisions relating to the expungement of certain convictions and to provide for matters connected therewith or in.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to repeal provisions relating to the expungement of certain convictions and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to repeal provisions relating to the expungement of certain convictions and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Madam Speaker, this is the Global Fund Privileges Immunities Bill 2024. I move the second reading of a bill for an act to provide privileges and immunities to the Global Fund, to persons who are representatives constituting the organs of the Global Fund, officials acting in the interests of the Global Fund, members of the Global Fund Technical Review Panel, members of the Global Fund Technical Evaluation Reference Group, and experts on missions in the interest of the Global Fund in the fight against AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Leader of Opposition, member for Mesopotamia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable member from Freetung, maybe you can just clarify, in the Parliamentary caucus meeting held this week, UDP Parliamentary caucus meeting, there were some questions as to has something happened in the past that we don't know about, whereas there is a need for this type of immunity. We know that we have seen instances of, remember the British soldier and people from other embassies that may have either assaulted or I think there was an accident where a Belizean lost their life, or a few Belizeans lost their lives. So we'd just like to know what is the impetus of the need for the immunity. Thank you.
Recognize the Honorable Member, Minister for Foreign Affairs.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Leader of the Opposition. No, really, the impetus is that I think it was a policy decision of the Global Fund themselves, a policy decision that they made. I think they had been asking for this sort of privileges and immunities in certain countries, and I think there was a policy decision that they should ask for it in all countries now. So this is a global organization that works all over the world, fighting AIDS, tuberculosis, malaria, and I think maybe their experiences in certain countries, not in Belize, but their experiences in certain countries made them believe that it's important for their members to have this kind of immunity. We've had no experiences with them here in Belize in terms of that would cause for this kind of thing. So I think it was just a policy decision at their level, at their board level, and we are happy to oblige because they do so much good work in many countries across the world, and we certainly want them to support that work in Belize. So.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to provide privileges and immunities to the Global Fund and to persons or representatives constituting the organs of the Global Fund, officials acting in the interest of the Global Fund, members of the Global Fund Technical Review Panel, members of the Global Fund Technical Evaluation Reference Group, and experts on missions in the interest of the Global Fund in the fight against AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to provide privileges and immunities to the Global Fund and to persons who are representatives constituting the organs of the Global Fund, officials acting in the interest of the Global Fund, members of the Global Fund Technical Review Panel, members of the Global Fund Technical Evaluation Reference Group, and experts on missions in the interest of the Global Fund in the fight against AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Committee of the Whole House on Bills.
Honourable members, the House will now resolve into a committee of the whole House to consider the bills that were read a second time. I would like to ask any visitors in the gallery to leave during this portion of the sitting.
Bills for third reading.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development.
Madam Speaker, I move the third reading for a bill for an act to appropriate further sums of monies for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2025. I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2025 be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2025.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Customs and Excise Duties Amendment Number 2 Bill 2024 and passed it with amendments. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Customs and Excise Duties Act, Chapter 48 of the Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to vary the rate of duty for diesel oils, provide for a new subheading for diesel oils, to increase the list of items subject to excise duty, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, as amended, be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Customs and Excise Duties Act, Chapter 48 of the Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to vary the rate of duty for diesel oils, to provide for a new subheading for diesel oils, to increase the list of items subject to excise duty, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Movable Property Securities Rights Bill 2024 and passed it with amendments. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to facilitate the use of movable property as collateral for credit facilities, to establish the office of the Registrar of Security Rights, and to provide for the registration of security rights in movable property and for related purposes, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to facilitate the use of movable property as collateral for credit facilities, to establish the office of the Registrar of Security Rights, and to provide for the registration of security rights in movable property and for related purposes, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that
Correct.
the Committee of the Whole has considered the criminal I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Criminal Records Rehabilitation of Offenders Amendment Bill 2024 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Criminal Records Rehabilitation of Offenders Act, Act Number 11 of 2024, to repeal and replace provisions relating to automatic expungement, to allow for the automatic expungement of any conviction for a first offense for possession of cannabis or cannabis resin, and a first offense for any COVID-19 related offense, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Criminal Records Rehabilitation of Offenders Act, Act number 11 of 2024, to repeal and replace provisions relating to automatic expungement, to allow for the automatic expungement of any conviction for a first offense for possession of cannabis or cannabis resin, and a first offense for any COVID-19 related offenses, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We are all tired. Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the finance beliefs and I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Finance Beliefs Recognition and Exemption 2024 bill and has passed it with amendments. I don't move the third reading of that bill.
Apologies on that, Prime Minister. Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to recognize and acknowledge the formation and existence of Finance Beliefs Limited as a private sector entity not for profit, limited by guarantee, without share capital and non-political, to promote Belize as a financial services center, to grant it exemption from all taxes, duties, and other imposts, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, as amended, be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to recognize and acknowledge the formation and existence of Finance Beliefs Limited as a private sector entity, not for profit, limited by guarantee, without share capital and non-political, to promote Belize as a financial services center, to grant it exemption from all taxes, duties, and other imposts, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Misuse of Drugs Amendment Bill 2024 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to repeal provisions relating to the expungement of certain convictions and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to repeal provisions relating to the expungement of certain convictions and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Global Fund Privileges and Immunities Bill 2024 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to provide privileges and immunities to the Global Fund and to persons who are representatives constituting the organs of the Global Fund, officials acting in the interest of the Global Fund, members of the Global Fund Technical Review Panel, members of the Global Fund Technical Evaluation Reference Group, and experts on missions in the interest of the Global Fund in the fight against AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to provide privileges and immunities to the Global Fund and to persons who are representatives constituting the organs of the Global Fund, officials acting in the interest of the Global Fund, members of the Global Fund Technical Review Panel, members of the Global Fund Technical Evaluation Reference Group, and experts on missions in the interest of the Global Fund in the fight against AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House now to adjourn. And before that, Madam Speaker, I just want to make this point that to ask the Belizean people to be calm, not to, because of the impending storm this weekend. It basically is going to be mostly rain, and especially in the north. And basically what NEMO is asking the general public is to update your family and your business, your emergency plans, to be prepared during and to put them into action, check that you have food and so forth. Because most of the flooding is not going to be rain or anything stuff like that, no. Shelters have been identified in the Corozal District, Orange District, Belize District, and San Pedro that will be open if required. And so, and the public is also advised to make sure, try to clear the drain in front of your house to try to reduce any kind of flooding at this time. And also the people in agriculture and fishery sector, again, to monitor closely this storm. So again, mostly lots of rain that we're going to be having here, more in the north of the country. But I'm just asking everybody, let's be careful. If you don't have to be on the road, try to stay home, not to drive in wet conditions. So I think, I'm sorry? The convention is moved to, so the convention will be moved to the civic. And the minister, you support? The minister is going to support you, so it will be fine. No? So shall I make the announcement, Phil? The UDP, the UDP or which party?
Unity.
The UDP Unity Convention is going to be now at the Civic Center in Belize City. So that's a public service announcement. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Leader of Opposition member for Mesopotamia.
It gets no better than this when you have the Prime Minister announcing a convention, the PUP Prime Minister, that tells you all that you need to know, bought and paid for by the People's United Party. But, Madam Speaker, if you would allow me, today is a holiday. It's called Sukkot. It's the harvest, festival of harvest. So we do have a Jewish community here in Belize, and I'd like to wish them. No, we do. You could ask your colleague from Orange Walk South. The colleague from Orange Walk South is always kind enough to facilitate our kosher food and the different things that we need. I'd also like to acknowledge Breast Cancer Awareness Month, Madam Speaker. My stepmother is a survivor, and my aunts and grandmother passed away from cancer, so I wish everyone well in the endeavor to make it more on the conscience of the Belizean society for preventive measure, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the issue of national importance, Madam Speaker, I always go back and it's the issue of PC Santiago Jr. And I always go back and forth with the Commissioner of Police and the Minister of Police. Nothing personal, it's a matter of oversight. But let it never be misinterpreted as lack of support for the Belize Police Department. Madam Speaker, our police officers are honorable. The majority of them serve and protect us with distinction, Madam Speaker. And I'd just like to bring to the attention of the government the issues that have been raised by the Belize Police Association, Madam Speaker, as far as the continuous, quote, cowardly acts and attack by the Social Security Board upon the fallen PC Santiago, affectionately known as Santi, Madam Speaker, and his grieving family. The Police Association has been very upset and aggrieved, and they say that this is also a direct assault towards the brave men and women of the police department who continue to wholeheartedly serve and protect our citizenry against crime, yet continuously meet roadblocks constructed by Social Security whenever it is time to claim benefits, Madam Speaker. In this recently cowardly act, rather than using the recent outcry of the public against the protocols of SSB that the family believes led to the death of PC Santi, rather than adjust those protocols that they have in place for insurers as a means of making effective change that would benefit the insured, the SSB has once again deflected from its shortcomings and chose to attack the integrity of fallen PC Santi and his family, suggesting through its language that it was Santi who was receiving benefits he may not have been entitled to. To add salt to our wounds, whilst the department and Santi's family are still grieving the untimely loss of their dearly beloved brother, the SSB went on to speak of benefits which the family received, as if though the collection of this benefit was somehow a gift or was supposed to keep his family quiet about Santi's demise. However, this trickling benefit was not a gift, Madam Speaker. This was an entitlement. This was due to PC Santi. Santi contributed monies towards Social Security for over 17 years, Madam Speaker, without having a choice. His monies contributed towards the $87 million that the SSB boasts about having. I concur that we always hear that the SSB has they need to spend the money. They have a $100 million problem that they need to get rid of the money. So you would presume that logic and compassion would guide their actions in making sure that all Belizeans that are paying towards their Social Security, retirement funds and benefits would get that when they're most in needs. And PC Santi's money surely contributed towards the millions that have been given out as unsecured loans at Social Security and remain unrecovered and unpaid. Right now we're getting ready to pay $30 million, is it, for Sunshine debt. So rather than deflect, the SSB should embrace and work towards earning the trust of the insurers. They are obligated to assist, Madam Speaker. It is the insurers' money, as I always say, not the government's money, not SSB's money, Madam Speaker. Rather than casting blame, SSB should accept its shortcomings and move to eliminate its antiquated protocols from yesteryears and strive to become a more efficient organization that will benefit the people that are paying their contributory funds. And instead of assaulting the defenseless, Madam Speaker, SSB should move towards forging a partnership aimed at removing impediments which oftentimes rob our brothers and sisters of their entitlements. We therefore join the Belize Police Association in imploring the SSB and asking the government to join with us to desist from further cowardly acts against Brother Santiago, Santi as he is affectionately known, as he is no longer here to defend himself. And it is painful enough on the Belize Police Department as well as the family, Madam Speaker. Brother Santi died as a hero, serving his country, our country, to the bitter end. He died asking for a pittance when compared to the $7 million SSB finds itself so easily spending to assist friends and cronies alike. But more importantly, Madam Speaker, PC Santiago died with his integrity intact, and we would hope that the SSB would respect that integrity and demonstrate some compassion in this time of grievance for the family, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It would have been a good statement if you'd have just removed from the personal attacks. I agree that the Social Security Board could have displayed more empathy on the loss of PC Santiago. I don't think that there was any ill intent or wanting to rob anybody of their entitlements. On Monday, I will speak to the CEO to give me a full briefing as to what has happened, and so and so that we can inform the PC Santiago and his family as to what really happened. But at the same time, Madam Speaker, Social Security Board, they also have a responsibility. I'm not talking about this instance, but to manage globally the fund that we have, because that fund belongs to all of us. And whilst it may not be a lot for each individual, when we put it together, it's a lot more than what we put into the fund. And so it's important for us to be able to keep that in mind. But again, if there was a delay in providing the funding to PC Santiago, what was supposed to be given to them, it's unacceptable. We find the same thing here in government when people are retired and because the records are not properly kept or they do not fill in the proper forms, we take too long to be able to give them what belongs to them. So from that end, there's absolutely no excuse, and I agree with you, Leader of the Opposition. So again, I would ask for a report and to ensure that the Social Security, the people at the Social Security have more empathy with the people that they are serving. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that the House do now adjourn. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. The House now stands adjourned.